Give me 1 second. There we go. How is everybody today? Sorry, got a little bit flustered there at the end. I just happened to notice that Ruben was streaming at the same time and had the audacity to promote their stream in my Discord as I'm going live. Honestly. No, I like Ruben. That was just a bit of a funny one. I had to go do a thing on that, and that got me a little, like, seconds late on my stream. Hopefully you can all forgive me. You'd better forgive me, right? Anyway. How is everybody? We've got Aaron F. Welcome. Mr. Froggo, welcome back. Crownless, thanks, buddy, for showing up. Not Real Came 344, Canadian Sam Squanch, welcome, bro. If anybody doesn't know, Canadian Sam Squanch is a small creator as well. Welcome to you. How's it going? Nissan R33, buddy, welcome back. MV Design Custom Works, welcome. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. How is everybody? Your yellow brick made it? I'm assuming by yellow brick you mean the Volkswagen, right? Welcome, John287. How's it going? Beambreaker, welcome back. And Firebird, welcome, bro. Pretty sure I already said it's a Not Real Came 344, not sure. You are the first YouTuber that has mentioned me in the stream. I don't know. There's not that many people, so I'm still able to say hello to everybody, basically, that's here. I think that's fine. Yellow brick road? More of a yellow brick vehicle. Though, you probably wouldn't be able to drive over this one like you would the other sort of thing. Unless you tried really hard. Like, really hard. But in normal circumstances, no. That's not how that would go. Your van is not here, Const? Sorry to hear that. But yeah, I can really only allocate 10. And that generally runs me out of energy by the end of the stream. Looking forward to cheese wedge concept. I mean, there's no yellow wedge. There's orange wedge and another orange wedge. But that's it. And actually, I think they're using the same bodies as well. I'm pretty sure. This one's just, like, heavily modified. The one in the thumbnail, that is. Some cool cars today? Yeah. This truck here looks pretty good. I am wondering how they made that as well, so I'm going to have a look at that. Because I actually recently made a little mini K-truck sort of thing. And I'm thinking I might make another one in a video, like properly do a thing on it. Because that was really fun. I watched a snippet of Mighty Car Mod's video where they went up Bathurst recently, and I think it was in research for one of the videos or something like that. And I thought, you know what? I just want to make that sort of vehicle. And yeah, I did. Might make a car for you next week. Awesome. Oh my god, it's the Tatra 603. Is that what you're saying this is? Is that rear engine? If that is, then that's pretty cool. I just don't recognize it in that color palette, potentially. I mean, I kind of see what you mean, yeah. Cheese is orange too? Usually not real cheese. Usually like, either like very weird off, like the unusual cheeses, or weird American, like North American fake cheese sort of stuff. I don't know why it's Dorito colored, but some reason in Canada, and I'm assuming it's just a North American thing in general, they have like this really orange cheese, and I look at it and I go, am I gonna get cancer while eating that? I don't know. In other news, Australian YouTuber criticizes Canadian cheese. Make something viral, the Volvo 240. Huh? That didn't make entire sense. Neither did my sentence I just said then. That doesn't entirely make sense. I don't think I fully follow that line of text. The yellow truck is all fixtures. Really? Oh, that's cool. Look up the DMK Monza. That's that Mazda rotary concept that they never released, isn't it? Or am I thinking of something else? Might just be the names are similar and my brain's getting them confuzzled. That was the wrong button. Images. This? I don't know, there was a DKW? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, it's fitting for its time period. Not all of it is aged particularly well. I think the front end is a little high compared to the rest of the body. And then the back end, it looks really long and disproportionate to the rest. Ah, there you go. There's a good angle of it. That, in my opinion, doesn't look great. Does it look ugly? I mean, it's borderline, but on the better side of ugly, because the general flow and shape of it isn't so bad. But I don't like the front end being higher than the rear end. That just looks weird. Which is part of the reason why I'm not a big fan of Porsche. Don't ruin the surprise, MV. Ah, okay then. We have had fully, trucks made fully of 3D parts as well. Those are insane. I don't think I'd ever bother going to that much effort. I would just model it in Blender. Aged cheddar can be pretty orange? I don't know. Maybe that's a North American thing, but we don't get that here. Goldfish crackers orange teeth. I love it. Both yellow ones are completely 3D. This one I gathered was 3D, at least the majority of it. I don't know if everything is. I haven't actually had too much of a look at it though. Are you thinking, Phil, of the Mazda Furai? Maybe, yes. The Furai? Don't ever look up Helmuth Konigs. Crash, I warned you. Okay, I won't then. I know that you wanted me to, but you told me not to, so I won't. I'm trying to conceive IMC to go full Blender, but he insists on making everything with fixtures. Everything on this is 3D. I made it. So what I do is cut many corners, and I'll show you one of the ones that I was working on myself. 3D modeling. So this is something I started working on last night. For no particular reason. I just wanted to. So eventually, it's going to get tweaked a little bit, and this is going to be kind of an LMH. So it doesn't actually fit all of the rules of LMH. One of the main ones is there is a minimum height that the wheel arch has to be above the tire. So that doesn't actually fit. This is more of a open category for... Oh, what's it called? That other race... Pikes Peak. Like the open category for Pikes Peak sort of thing. I remember seeing this in one of their things and watching other videos on how if you have a big air brake for the front tire or wake or whatever, it'll go back and you basically need no cover on the rear tires sometimes. Like that's how much of a difference it is. Which is why with the 6-wheeled Tyrrell, the P34, that has only like they only care about like the front aero protection of the thing. When it gets to the rear tires, it's mostly good. Anyway, that's just that. I generally don't want you to see it. See what? Oh, the thing? Okay. It kind of looks like a Formula E from the front. A little bit. So, what I've noticed with a lot of LMP1 and LMH cars is the fact that they are, basically Formula 1 cars with extra bodywork on it. It's weird. It's very weird. Let me quickly show you. We're going to have a look at the... well, we'll have a look at the Audi first. LMP1. Hopefully it comes up with the right one. And at a good angle. So, first you can see that it's got the pointy nose. And if we have a look... No, this is not the right one. But that is kind of that sort of shape. It's really pronounced on the Porsche 919. Do we get a good side profile shot? I want a good profile shot. No, you can't really see it there, unfortunately. Here you can kind of see it, so... Like, it's got the full side... pod sort of design that you get on F1 cars. There's an even better angle. You can see there, it's a full side pod. And these wheel areas are basically just to get air moving around the tires. They don't actually connect up to the main body, except on the floor part. So, you've got the pointy nose area, which goes into the side pods, and then into the back kind of like tapered off area. It's so weird. I did not realize that LMP1 was basically Formula 1, just a little bit more bodywork. Welcome, Pro Gamer. What a name. Dumb question. Why don't race cars have fully enclosed wheels now? It's just brake cooling. No, actually, it's very not much... it's got very little to do with brake cooling. It actually has to do with building up positive air pressure in the wheel wells. And trying to get that air out is problematic at best. So what they do is they just have massive air holes. LMP1, their regulations on that went back and forth constantly. But there you've got a little bit of ventilation. But let's have a look at LMH 2022. Here you can see they've cut it out entirely. Show me another one. Here we go. Cut out entirely, and it's a little bit hard to see here because of the color scheme, but it's also cut out entirely there. This is Spa Frankenchops, isn't it? Yeah. Here we go. Here's another picture. Cut out on top, cut out on top. That's also a Toyota. There you can ever so slightly see it. I might have to make that image bigger. And here you can see it as well, at least on this one. It's cut out on top and cut out on top. I don't think it's on whatever model this car is. I don't know who makes that one, but yeah, you can see that it's not there. It does have massive air ducts here, and I'm pretty sure I can see a wheel through there. So it might be ducting sideways as opposed to out the top. So, yeah. My beard looks still very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. A guitar is scary? Okay then. Not real. Don't look at cars then. I'm also doing a car in automation right now. Even though I have a good car that goes that many kilometers an hour, the tire never pops. What a surprise. Okay, well if tires aren't popping, then I might try to do my record again. Who pinged me? Okay, it was in a different Discord. I was going to be joining Carmighty's event. But Carmighty's event is happening now. Bugger. I was going to hope to join in on that one. Was the other guy who put everyone into... What? I have no idea what you're talking about. But I've always kind of had a fascination with Le Mans. The reason why I never really got into Le Mans as a kid is because it never really made it onto TV. But I was always fascinated about it. I was like, wow, that looks so much better than Formula 1. Because there's different cars, and there's passing, and there's strategy, and all that sort of stuff. As opposed to, let's go fastest. They might be faster than me. That's the strategy. My dream car is the Koenigsegg Agera RS. What is yours, Phil? It's a Volvo 262 made by a specific guy. Let me see if I can bring it up. Oops. Not any of the regular ones, but like a modified one. Here we go, this one. This Volvo 262 is my dream car. You know, without rust. So, my dream car probably doesn't exist. Because the 262s horrific rust. Horrible amounts of rust. Now, I know it's very blocky and dated and all that sort of stuff, but goddamn do I love chop tops. And I grew up with Volvos and I love Volvos. So like a chop top Volvo two-door, oh, man. Love it. Formula 1 is awesome in the rain though. Sure, I know. I don't know why channels like this are not so popular, usually literally underrated. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. The big reason is, and you know what? I can just show you why my channel isn't bigger. Go into analytics, we'll go into audience, go down to here, and you can see that I don't cater very much to the 13 to 17-year-old bracket. And that's where YouTube really pushes you. If you're going for the younger audience, but no. I go for the more seasoned person that is more interested in other things than just yelling and screaming all the time, which is fine. They do that sort of stuff. I probably would have been into that when I was young. But yeah, we're not that sort of person here. Seems like Phil will always get questioned about his dream car in every stream. Not every stream. It's actually quite a rare question. Another sports car series, kind of like LMH, but made in the United States, is IMSA. Sorry, ISMA. I thought it was IMSA. Whatever. I am interested in looking at IMSA in the future. IMSA looking into it. Happy Swedish noises? Alright. It's a shame automation don't let us lower the roof that much. I know! That is so irritating that most of them bodies, like the overwhelming majority of them, do not allow you to drop the headline of the vehicle, which is so annoying. I would almost rather be able to drop the headline than move the windshield forwards most of the time. Like, I get the windshield moving sometimes. A lot of the times in the default position is actually the best position, but being able to drop that roof line, oh man, that'd be so good. What's my least favorite car? Probably a lot of French ones that look just ugly. By the way, I'm trying to beat my speed record with a V16 engine in a car. Okay, well, with a V16, you're probably going to be generating way too much power to be usable, so you may as well go with a lighter engine, which will give you better power to weight, but you'll still be able to generate a fair chunk of power with it. Nice looking cars this week. Welcome, Ringo. Yes, a lot of cool looking vehicles. With the knowledge plus experience that you currently have, do you think that you can mod better open wheel cars than you did when you started them? Hell yes! By far and away! I am so much better at it. And I'm planning to go back now that I've gotten a lot better at making cars, and with the ones that I haven't ported from the old version of automation to the new opt-in alpha version of automation. I'm gonna like tweak them a bit, improve them, and then bring them over to the new version. I might even do that in the stream. If only I was better at decorating cars, lol. It really, like, you could do the most basic sort of jank, and as long as you have like a good idea and don't settle for that'll do, then the cars will actually look pretty good. I'm playing Forza Horizon 5 at the moment, so I won't be... Okay, fair enough. Anyway, let's go in and see what we have today. First things first, we have a good old American sort of pickup truck. I'm also realizing I'm getting 28 FPS. Did I might have turned the graphics up at some point. Let me go turn graphics down for a second. Graphics? Let's set that to normal. 28 FPS is not a good number to have. 650 horsepower 3-cylinder? I mean, you can do that, but a V6 is usually like the good in-between. A balanced engine in real life, and there's a reason why a lot of race series is heavily favored by those sorts of things. Hey, FlameZ, did I not say hello to you earlier? If not, welcome, FlameZ. Time to get in the car with 6 or 8 exhausts. If I'm going to make an F1 car, I am always going to put a V10 engine into the car, no matter what year it is. And because I'll be getting... I don't know what you mean. I don't actually know much about American vehicles, so I couldn't tell you what I think this looks like. Hey, Broken Ursa, welcome to the stream. So they've got a fully custom front bumper, which is pretty cool. I was thinking in my head for a little bit whilst I was talking to you guys, why didn't they just use a pre-made bumper? And then I realized there is no full bull bar, I don't think, in automation. And I might have to make that. One other thing that you're going to notice on a lot of bull bars is it's usually a little bit lower on the external. So this could have been a little bit shorter and gotten rid of that rung altogether and then had the extra rung in the middle. I don't know why they do that, but that is a very common sort of design for bull bars. Okay, well there's one that contradicts my statement. Here you can see it a little bit. It's not very exaggerated, but it is a little bit lower on the edge. Once again, I'm being contradicted. Here's one that has just like a simple... Oh no, that does have a full thing on it. Maybe I was wrong. Here we go. This is the sort I was thinking of. So it seems that my thought pattern on how these work is considerably less common than the way you apparently thought about it. Where it's got like a lower rung on the edges for some reason. And it seems that that's less common. Maybe if I call it a rhubar, like we do here in Australia. That's not what I was thinking. What the hell is that? I've never seen this before. Oh, it's vegan. Okay, so it'll be like small-time market. Fair enough. Australian rhubar. Okay, here we go. Got smaller sides there, really big there. Big truck. That's more what I was imagining, because I worked for a trucking company. And there you go. There's a Holden Commodore with a big rhubar on it. I believe that's a Ute, yep. So it's probably like a Maloo or something. Well, there's the inverse to what I was saying. That's a little bit higher on the corners than what it is in the middle. Yeah, anyway. Seems... Here we go. Even more rhubars on Holden Commodores. If you don't know, this is not that uncommon in Australian sort of like bogan culture sort of thing. If you don't know what a bogan is, I can't help you. Like redneck, basically. Mad Max 2 truck? Alright. Let's have a look to see what we got as the running gear. We do have... Is that chunky off-road? You'd really want to be using this a lot off-road for you to justify using chunky off-roads. Because chunky off-roads generally don't last as long. They're noisy, bad for fuel, and a little less comfortable, I've found, in my experience at least. Because they feel a little bit harder. Sorry. About to head off. Alright, be set. We got drum brakes in here. Oh, goodness gracious. Leaf strength. So, this thing is probably going to be an absolute dog. Got a cast log, push rod head, and a single carburetor. Wait. Is that mechanical fuel injection? You know what? If this is a diesel, I will give them a free pass on the mechanical fuel injection. Otherwise, I'm going to call a no on that. But if it is a diesel, I am happy to agree to whatever they say. This is my grandpa... Wait. This year, my grandpa and I will restore an old go-kart from the from the 70s already. Interesting. You'd almost be better just to make one from scratch, really. Because they were very basic. I literally don't lie. I put in 8 exhausts in my car. Okay. Good for you, I suppose? Oh, it's a diesel replica? Okay, then. Interesting. Do we have 2 valves per cylinder? Good, okay. They didn't go for 3 valves per cylinder in a single overhead cam sort of thing. Very rare to have more than 2 valves per cylinder on these sorts of things. But yeah, would have been really cool if they had to go on the extra mile, taking it into Blender, change all the material file names, so then they could move the exhaust and intake to be on the same side to have a side draft. That would have been cool. But also, completely superfluous. Can I try and make a straight 7 engine? Why? I mean, I don't think there's ever really been a car with a straight 7, so I don't know. Now, they're running a simplified chassis. We also don't have front drive, do we? Is that a dumb axle? Yeah, that's... Sorry, not a dumb axle. Dead axle. Coming out to the rear, we have another... Holy cow! Those are very wide tires. I doubt it would have come with this back in the day. From factory or even as an aftermarket thing. Those are just excessively wide. Anyway, I mean, they would have been more likely to have a dually than to have a tire that fat on the back. We've got ourselves a leaf spring. Yeah, drum brakes. Cool. I do like most of this, but those tires, those are not right. Is my camera like wide angle? Because it looks distorted. No, my camera is not wide angle. They are just that fat, which doesn't make sense. Why are they that fat? Unless this thing is like 500 horsepower or something. Look up the Nissan 1300. Alright, we'll give it a quick look. Nissan 1300. Cool, I suppose. I'm assuming it was the truck and not the original Bluebird you were talking about, right? That riding on it does look pretty cool. It also looks a little bit weird. Eh. But yeah, that looks cool. I think it's got a 12... Okay. Maybe he tried to make a dually. Maybe. But that's not how I would do it, and I think I've shown twice on a complex and a simple way to do it. Make a ute one day? I have made utes. I think I've made a few of them now. Including the little K-ute that I made for the race that we did. How unbelievable. Of course, I'm stupid. Okay, then. It's probably supposed to be a replicate dualies. Still, I wouldn't have done it that way. I have shown videos on how to implement dualies. I'm also getting a little bit of glitch out here. Cool, they've got wood on here. That's all nice. They've got the latches and everything. We've got, I think, a car roof. A dashboard, some engine blocks, got a rusty old motorbike in there, a bunch of tires with a broken wheel on the motorbike. Okay, cool. A drum and a seat. So, lots of accoutrement to add to the aesthetic of the vehicle. I don't know if many trucks back in the day would have had pink, but sure. If it was more modern, I could see it being a normal thing. But I'm afraid that somebody driving a vehicle like this might get beaten up back in the day. What does this have? Rat rods and lowriders. Unless this was a vehicle for females, which was also like not impossible, but also quite rare. Females were like, I know that's more than 100 years ago, but like you could see that within the same lifetime, women were being lobotomized for wanting to think freely in any sort of way. So, in the same lifetime, this vehicle would have been made, so I doubt that it would have been exactly like this. But yeah, interior, we got ourselves a full CV. Sorry, YouTube is just flickering off on my side there saying, wrong resolution, I know, I've set this resolution, YouTube. Go away. There is no way to close off this warning that I've got the wrong resolution. You know that bike? I've seen it in there before as well. So yeah, really cool. I would have loved if they had somehow made the like curly or scrunchy sort of line, though I'm assuming that would have been incredibly difficult. They got a CD player in here. Okay, so this is later modified. So yes, this could be a more modern vehicle for things. Hey, the trans flag. Okay, nice. And then, to be honest, I don't know what that flag is. And I can't be bothered looking it up. You know what? There's way too many flags and it would just, yeah, be a hassle to look up. But yeah, cool. I approve. I do know the trans one because my partner is trans and they've talked about it a few times in different situations. Got a first aid kit on here, some fire extinguishers. Why does it look like it's carrying trash around, but yet it looks as if they got kit for doing, like, race day stuff? Also, we got side exhaust, which I didn't notice before. Got cool looking lights on the back. Got the crash bar at the bottom there. Really like it. I feel as if the crash bar, though, here, drag bar, I can't remember what it's called, should be maybe a little bit lower, so then it's, like, the tire will be a slightly above that. I'm not sure. Asexual? Ah, it's the asexual flag. Thank you, people. And welcome, Major Muesli. That's quite the name. Then we got this one. Very subtle design. And looks quite good in my opinion. It almost looks a little bit Fiat Punto-ish to me. And I really like the Fiat Punto. So this one, I think looks pretty cool. And it's not flatted here. They've used body molding here. There's a body molding here I can see. There's body molding here. They've just shaped it to be a little bit more shapely and nice. I can see that they've wrapped things around this grill area to give it shape and depth and dimension. They haven't done the cutaways quite right. So, if you want this to look better in the future, what you should do is use the cutaway to go further up, and then use the patchwork that is not conforming, and then make a hard line with the patchwork like that. And that will fill in those lines perfectly. If you want to use the rounded half circles and concave quarter circle sort of shapes that they have in the ones that sit on the outside of the body as well, you can use that and then scale it inwards until it becomes inverse. It'll look black in automation, but when it goes over to BeamNG, they're the same color on each side, meaning that it'll just be white anyway. So you'll have the curved stuff, but it'll also sit just below the surface, which I find gives a much better finish to the whole thing. Cereal Major? Sure. Makes sense. IKEA meatballs. What are we talking about? You've been in a Fiat Punto? I'm assuming that it wouldn't be that hard to get into a Fiat Punto, considering that they're a relatively affordable car. Anyway, got some interesting mag wheels. They're a little bit chunky. I feel as if not many manufacturers would be using wheels like that anymore because of, like, cost. Like, you got a little bit of extra material in there. If you're cutting away a little bit of extra material, you're also reducing the weight of shipping and all that sort of stuff, which might affect your pricing in the overall scheme of things. Yeah, I don't know. I feel as if that's a lot less common these days. You gonna go now, buddy? All right, catch you later, buddy. We got in here some 3-piston brakes. Oh my goodness. Vented as well. That's a lot of brake to be on a car. There's no way to sugarcoat that. That's just a lot of brake pistons. We've got front drive on McPherson struts. Okay, so it's not like a top-of-the-line sort of car. It's being cost-conscious? Yeah. Then we've got a 4-cylinder turbo, and it looks like we've got no intercooler here. Is that correct? Yeah, no intercooler. Okay. And then they've got a low RPM power band manifold here. So these are becoming a lot more common. Back in the day, when you ran majority of the time carbureted cars, it was on some fuel-injected cars in the early days before they started to realize they could use plastic and it was just fine. Fuel from carbureted engines would sometimes trickle in or leak in or just condense on the inside of the plenums and runners and stuff of the manifolds. So they had to be made of aluminium. That way, the heat of the engine would make it into the manifold, which would heat up and slowly evaporate the fuel and cause it to not flood and create pools of fuel. If there was literally to be enough of a pool of fuel in here, it could actually block the airflow entirely. and it would be like glugging air through that and bringing in sloshes of like unevenly unatomized fuel, basically, and it would become a really big problem for that engine to run fine. But once they got away from that sort of thing, they went with injections, which was closer to the port, or just direct head injection. They could do away with aluminium manifolds, which are expensive, so they tried to keep them relatively compact, and then moved to plastic manifolds, which could be whatever shape they wanted to be, and it was still incredibly cheap. So yeah, that's just a little tidbit of information. The Fiat Punto is such a gutless car. I hope this is better. Oh, the Fiat Punto. Did I just say the... I don't know, I thought I said something else for a second. I thought for some reason I said Ford something or other. You found Among Us? Alright. VW air-cooled engines had that intake condensation problem. The solution? Run a tube from the exhaust to heat up the intake, lol. Oh. Interesting. That's... I mean, if it works, it works. As long as they don't do Lamborghini Miura things and just have the carburetors leak onto the hot engine and the exhaust and all that sort of stuff and have it ignite. Because that would be bad. That's a very big exhaust as well. I don't know if this is automation doing that like over-enlarged exhaust thing still, or that's actually the correct size. The tube always clogs with smoke. Ha! Oh, that's unfortunate. Ford Pinto, is that what I said? The Ford Pinto? Alright. Yeah, I thought I said something about a Ford. My brain then just immediately blanked out. Do we have all-wheel drive, or is this just front-wheel drive? Okay, that's pretty good. Have I never looked at the transmission for the transverse front-wheel drive? Because that looks actually really cool detailed, or have they updated it recently? Because I do not remember it looking like that. Am I wrong? Is that a new design? That sounds like a normal Lamborghini thing. I think it was really only that one, and then a spattering of different Ferraris had it as well as a problem. Like, Hoovie's Garage had one. What's your favorite race car, Phil? Favorite race car? Probably the P34? If not that, I'm not a big fan of the McLaren F1. Like, I love the history behind it and all that sort of stuff, but the LM version of it was pretty cool. Like, it was the first time I saw like an elongated car like that, and I was like, what on earth are they doing here? And that's when I started to understand, because it was so long ago when I was young, about aerodynamics a little bit. Wait, programmer's off as well? Oh, okay, programmer's off as well. Okay, catch you later, programmer. Anyway, let's move down to here. Old Italian cars be like rust. Yes, very, very much so. Heading down to the back, we have... Is that torsion beam? Okay, torsion beam rear suspension with a single piston. That's very unbalanced brakes. That could be an issue. We'll see how they've tuned it. We've also got a sports compound tire with a rear diffuser. Oh, nicely designed here as well. Have they grabbed a front bumper and to do this like featurette here? And then they've got like a reflector and the reverse light. That's pretty cool. And they haven't just gone for a rear diffuser as well. They've gone for a rear diffuser into a bumper to adjust the shape that they want. Unfortunately, I think they've used the concave diffuser, not the convex diffuser. So I'm going to dock them points on that. Ooh. What have they done here? That looks interesting. Is that one fixture? Oh, it is one fixture. And it's actually flat. It's just got lines on it. That is some really good use of parts there. That makes it look really good. There's a lot of detail here. Wow, I'm actually struggling to see how they did a lot of this. Is this a weird body or what? What do we got? What's this? So they brought things down. to make the shape that they want. How did they get the light to attach to it then? What? Ah, they didn't. They covered up the edge of the light to give it the shape that they wanted. Interesting. Oh my god. This person is an artist. This is really good detailing here. The sort of things that I wouldn't have thought to do, even in my wildest imaginations. Really well done here. That is a genius idea. I want to rip it off, but if I ever try to do it, it'll probably be never as good. They've also got a little bit of like a rear side vent curtain sort of thing as well. That looks really nice. And the fact that this bumper comes around and tucks into that as well, that's really nice design. I like a lot of this. The whole car just seems nicely done though. Thought about? All little Italian cars be like, let's stick a tractor clutch in it. No, more about like, let's seal off every compartment at the bottom, but allow ventilation at the top. So what happens is water gets into every little, like a nook and cranny of the car, but there's nowhere for the water to go really, apart from long-term evaporation, which then ends up just rusting out the car in every single place. They're terrible with rust for some reason. I love GM quote, McLaren F1 wasn't designed by the fastest road car. Wasn't designed to be the fastest road car in the world. It was designed to be the best road car in the world. Top speed of over 370 kilometers an hour, which is a side effect. Yeah, I don't think that was GM. Oh, you mean Gordon Murray. Yes, Gordon Murray's thing. If only he'd ever created a good-looking car. Apple-bottom jeans with the fur. No, it's apple-bottom jeans and boots with the fur. That's a sick quote. Side effect? Yeah. That was kind of their whole thing. They were able to guesstimate the top speed, and they did a pretty good job. Anyway, car is really next level on design. I like a lot of this. You got the little accent colors there as well. Got the... I'm pretty sure that's an Abarth sign, so they're similar to a Abarth sign. And it's Italian as well there, so I'm pretty sure this is meant to be an Abarth... so this is meant to be like a Fiat Punto. Let's look up Fiat Punto for a second. No. Close. Very close. But not quite. But yeah, I love the Fiat Punto. And a Abarth would be just a really cool car to drive one day. You don't like Gordon Murray design? I think the T33 is pretty cool. I think the T33 is very boring. What is the ugly Italian car ever? There's been a few. I like the Punto as made by Alpha VW. Okay. Senna is the best driver, then Schumi changed my mind. You know, I don't know much about Schumacher, to be honest. I just know him from my childhood. When F1 was popular, they talked about him a lot. So that's pretty much all I know. Inside, they've somehow stuffed up doing that, which is unfortunate. They've got a keyhole and everything, steering wheel gauges. They've got interesting looking center console there where they've even decided to shape it so then the handbrake can fit in a cool way. Give it like extra designs and whatnot. Small screens, dials, all that sort of stuff. Moving into the back, that is looking like it's usable legroom. You may have to move the driver forwards. Are they like absolutely up against the tire wheel well? No, I feel as if they could have moved the seats further back. To be honest, having a look at the front legroom, oh dear. That is not much legroom at all. Ew, that's pretty bad. I think what's happened here is, yeah. You've run into the tire well, or the whatever well. You will notice that pedals are just a little bit over And there will be often a little bit of bleed in there. I think at least having the rear seats back a little bit further would have been better. Very clean design. Everything looks neat and deliberate. Yes, very much so. What about your boots with the fur? They race totally different types of cars, though. Apples and oranges. What are we talking about? I've seen it at Bath Punto on a local track a few weeks ago. It looked awesome, especially as the driver was really sending it. You know, I don't actually know how good the Fiat Punto or Bath is, or how good the Punto is. I've never been in one. I've just seen them and think that, wow, they look really good. But Fiats are not very common in Australia, and especially not in South Australia. They raise totally different types of... the whole club was looking at her. Okay, cool. Welcome, TJW. For some reason, people are bringing up, like, what, 15-year-old songs in the chat? Comparing F1 champions, but they were relevant to the stream. Oh, okay then. Yeah, very different circumstances. I don't know whether one would be better than the other. It's hard to tell. Interesting front end. I don't know, but I feel I would have given a little bit more slant to the front end. Maybe there's a reason why they didn't. I don't know. Let's say, hey, Joe Billy Bob. Let's have a look at what the running gear is. Cool wheels. What sort of tires we got? Those look like semi-slicks. Moving in, we have single piston vented brakes. All right. Double wishbone. No front engine. So it is mid-engine like I thought it might be. Moving down to the rear, because we don't have front drive either. We have a transversely mounted double wishbone single piston vented disc brakes. Does this thing have positive camber? No? I know, it just looked like positive camber for a minute. But we got a really big engine in here. With, I'm assuming not glass, I'm assuming perspex sort of thing. Some sort of polymer. Clear valve cover. That's pretty cool. I like the idea. I think I've only ever seen a few engines like this, and usually that doesn't last very long. Usually the material really starts to cook and not look good after a bit. So we got a V8, 4 valves per cylinder, not 5, good. Twin plenum V8. Decent. What do we got for it? Yeah, tubular, but that's fine for this. What do we got here? Coolant oil, so they've labeled everything. And gas. Is the fuel tank around here somewhere? Maybe. What are these big red things? Is that for, like, engine bay decoration, maybe? Yeah, I think that's meant to be engine bay decoration. Let's have a look at the back of this car. A little bit stunted, a little bit short, but, you know, not too bad. I've been absent for a while, thanks to exams, but I'm back and have a few cars I would like to submit, that I have to submit. Could you send me the schedule on Discord? What will be great? I love you. Added. Huh? Anyway, if you want a car to be in stream, probably your best bet is to submit it tomorrow. Monday's probably the best time, I mean, my Mondays, probably the best time to do that. You think they're fuel tanks? I doubt that the fuel tanks are going to wrap around the engine like that. That seems like a bad idea. The Discord in the description explains how to do that. That's a lot of detail. There is a lot of thought going into this one. What are these shapes? Okay. I get a general gist of it. Oh, these are two different shapes. Okay. Got a single-seater, so it's not two-seater, which is, some might say, a little bit disappointing. A lot of the times when you're working with these track toys, you want to share it with somebody. So even though they're track toys, very often they still take 2 seats. It's very rare when they don't. Fun fact about old Italian cars rusting. Fiat sold USSR license and USSR paid for them in steel. Licenses. What? As you can guess, communist-made steel wasn't up to spec. Ah, okay then. Works no body? What? It's a track for toy lovers. Sure, but still a lot of the time people want to share it with their friend. And that goes into the choices that people make when they buy their track toys. So, if you're making a single-seater like this, you're going to lose a significant amount of the market to not having passengers. For some reason, this car reminds me of the Renault Spider. I don't know about that. VW Beetle is, by the way, is my best way to get money back to background. Heh? Maybe I misread that, but that's confusing. Cool interior, fairly well flushed out. Where's head area? Head area is about here. I feel that these might be a little bit low, but at least you got clearance. I feel if you're a particularly tall person, you might have problems in an accident colliding your head up against the crash bar. That is actually taken into consideration when designing these sorts of things. It's got the stop-start button, all that sort of stuff. Cool. Love it. Then over here, we've got coolant temperature, turbo pressure, and fuel amounts. Nice. And also got like a... Maybe that's a sequential shifter. If so, pretty cool. Interesting steering wheel as well. Is that fully custom parts? Yeah. So they wanted a steering wheel, but they weren't happy with what they were given, so they made their own. Nice. Track toys for the Akina Lonely Drivers Club. Oh, I haven't heard that in a long time. You also want second seat for the instructor driving coach. Sometimes, maybe, sure. I just read your thing again, not real came, and it still doesn't make sense to me. I measured it. I mean, you've got enough headroom, but it's more about in terms of being in an accident. You're not meant to be able to hit your head on anything, generally, especially the crash structures. But you're probably still fine. Who knows? But yeah, cool, interesting car. I'm assuming it's very oversteery, because here we've got a short wheelbase and a heavy engine in the back. Also transversely mounted, not longitudinally, which will also not particularly really help. But, I don't know. It'll probably be really fun either way if it's designed right. Also, the car only has 2 meters wheelbase. It's very small, so I sacrifice a seat for detail. Sure, I mean, that's your choice. Then we've got this Ferrari 308. I believe the design is here. I don't think it's a 208. I'm pretty sure this is a 308. Really cool looking car. This is a Targa top as well. Less common, a little bit more rare. We've got Ferrari looking wheels, but I'm pretty sure Ferrari didn't come with a center lug like this, so that might not be entirely accurate. We've got sports compound tires. I don't know if in the 80s they would have had a sports compound for the road, but they might. Actually, maybe they would for this sort of car. I'm not sure. If this is an 80s one. If it's a 70s, no, there wouldn't have been a sports compound. They still would have been like a medium or something like that. 2-piston vented discs on the front, double wishbones. Nothing at the front here. I could see that you got like the pedal mod fixture part thingy from that place. Whatever. Single piston in the back. I'm assuming that we're probably going to have braking issues, but I don't know. Double wishbone, all good. Then we got twin turbo. Oh. So this is meant to be the Rally Group B version, is it? Interesting. We have 4 or 5 valves. 4 valves, good, so they got that right. Hopefully this is very accurate, because that looks like it'd be a lot of fun. What is happening with the exhaust pipes? That is weird. Anyway, let's look this up. Oh, it's right here. So I'm pretty sure what they're trying to say is this is meant to be like the 288. But I feel that the 288 is wider than this even. I don't know, maybe that is right. I don't know. But that is a really nice design. 288 GTO. I thought so. This is a 1984. Yeah, I feel as if it wouldn't have had sports. At least it doesn't have semi-slicks, because that really wouldn't have existed back then. Made the most of the interior on that car. On this one? Oh, great. Oh, we've got floor mats. Do we have the... Okay, we do actually have a bulge here. It's really hard to see because the materials are way too dark. Yeah, so the reason why they're usually curved like this is because the wheel well will come in. Even though they've turned the wheel wells invisible, I think. I know, it's a little bit hard to tell. Anyway. Nice interior. Pretty well done. Hey, you've got like the radios are added on extra thought sort of thing. That's pretty cool. Sun visors. I see you used mine there. And then mirror. Really cool and everything. Nice. Don't know about the steering wheel being made out of whatever material that is. I probably would have made it out of leather as well. This is something I have an issue with. The maker of this mod made these foot pedals. But these foot pedals are more designed in a way which you would find on a sim racing rig and not actually pedals in a car. So generally what I do for these ones is I'll flip them upside down and just try to pretend that the top part doesn't exist, maybe turn it invisible, all that sort of stuff. But as it stands, I don't know many cars that have ever done that, and I don't know whether the Ferrari did that. My commit is make 0 cents. Okay. I made the most of the interior on that car. I've already read that, haven't I? Damn it. All right. Yeah. Really lovely. I love the seat choice, the color choice on the seats as well, like that weird beige sort of color that they were using at the time. You've chosen quite accurate sort of door cards, headrests. Yeah, everything here looks just really nice. Really well done. What's... Oh, you're asking somebody else. Okay. Had these two in the beginning, but ended up not liking them so much, so I made my own. What are we talking about? Anyway, let's move on to now this one, which I don't think... No, that's not the same body. Very similar bodies, but not the same body. Nice sort of mellow design that sort of happened in that 80s to 90s sort of time period before the 90s went to like full blob rounded sort of things. I usually put the pedals on the floor because me and IMC are used to that with old VWs that have pedals on the floor. Really? Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's a very rare thing. You don't see it very often. In fact, I think I've only ever seen it once in real life, and I can't remember where I've seen it, but I did have a friend that had an old Volkswagen Beetle from 1960s or something like that. And that one might have been where I'd seen it, I'm not sure. Let's bring up one thing. These lower valence areas below where the sort of bumper area is would usually regress a little bit back towards the main body of the car. So like it would scoot back hundo. Not too bad. A little bit flat, but you're not really looking much down here. I like the fact that it still has the lower spots. A lot of people did really like Rally back then, so that probably would have made its way into the design. Then the wheels. This is something I'm going to just have a quick look at. Those wheels are incredibly flush. What I personally would have done is gone with period-specific sort of wheels. So not like that. If you did still choose this, what I potentially would have then done is gone into Automation's advanced fixture settings area and set the wheel concave or the wheel center offset, either one, whichever one looks better, I suppose, and pushed it back in and maybe used both of them to get the desired look I want. Because those look way too flush. Give me a second, I'm just noticing my green screen's about to fall down. Just basically knocked everything over as well at the same time. You know, mine just goes into the autopilot and that, and the rear engine goes on the floor. Cool, okay. Let's see what we've got here for running gear on this bad boy. We have vented brakes, 2 piston, double wishbone. No front drive, good, so they've kept realistic on that. Coming down to the rear, there's a lot of fixtures here. My god, they really wanted a specific design here, didn't they? Then we've got a boxer engine. Interesting choice. Is that twin or single turbo? Twin turbo, okay. For this sort of time period, twin turbos, or multiple turbos I should say, was very common. We've got 2-piston brakes, so we've got more of a bias to the front. We've got sports compound. In the 90s, yes, you would start seeing sports compound a lot more commonly. Dual overhead cam, 4-valve cylinder. Hopefully this thing is like a really good sports car with like 200 to 300 horsepower. Because that would be very accurate to the time period. Big intercooler, all that sort of stuff. The engine is really far back. Like, really far back. And I don't entirely get why. Like, there's a lot of room here. They could have moved the engine forwards. Maybe they're worried about, like, the intercooler pushing into this area, but the intercooler wouldn't have been there in the real car anyway. That's just the way automation does. Welcome, Pruny YouTube. How's it going? Hi, Phil. I just came on stream. Oh. Well, clean up after your mess, please. All over it or just a part of it? Ugh. BRB awesome cars on stream today. Okay. Welcome, Charlotte Mitchell. Sorry. Lots and lots of fixtures in here to get just the shape that they wanted. Oh, I see why they've done that. They wanted to fit it in there. And they really wanted to close off that gap. Yeah, that can be tricky. Anyway, coming out to the rear design before we move on to the rest. Hey, they've got a glass cover to be able to see the engine in. Interesting. Except that is a plastic manifold, even if it looks like you've tried to make it out of aluminium. Maybe they would have made out segmented things like that out of aluminium, but I doubt it. Coming to the rear. Big rear diffuser. I'm pressing the wrong button. Big rear diffuser. But I almost want to say, if this is an 80s to 90s sort of design of car, a rear diffuser is going to be very unlikely still. Only on the top-end cars did you ever see it, like the Ferrari F40, and even then it was very subtle. So let's actually have a look at the F40. F40 rear. So, not over-exaggerated at all, and you can barely see it. What was the Porsche? 200 miles per hour Porsche. 959. Okay. Oh, nope. Here, the 959, which is kind of like your mid-80s sort of design. No rear diffuser whatsoever to see here. Also, I will say that I think the Porsche 959 is probably the ugliest Porsche to ever release. It's just not good looking from really any angle. I don't think I've ever looked at a Porsche 959 and gone, that's a good looking car. Never. I don't know if it's their worst looking car, but I can't think of one right now that has ever looked worse than that. Audi Q2 is a nice crossover. I don't like crossovers. Phil, I have an important question. What should I choose? A strawberry jam donut or a strawberry muffin? Jam donuts are so much better in my opinion. And you say the donut? Oh. Yeah, they're like... We don't call them donuts when they're like the jam-filled bun sort of looking things. We call them jambolinas. And if the 959... Is it orange? What? Are you trying to say the cheese wedge joke again? It's a late 90s to 2000s sort of thing. That's late 90s? No, that's early 90s. A little too Strakesy, which kind of died out in the early 90s at the latest. You've always loved the 959 look? Really? You look at this thing. This lifted up, blobbish sort of vehicle looks good. I mean, if you have a look at the side, it's even worse because the rear end is distended so far as if just tacked on design. Like they don't care. It just... I can't look at that and think anything other than, ugh. It also makes it, also looks a little bit like it's been made out of cheap fiberglass for some reason. The 959 was designed for Group B, but it missed that series by 1 year. Yeah, I believe something like that. It's cool. I mean, it's cool, yes. Design leaves a lot to be desired. It's a nice Porsches. Alright, a lot of people like the look of the Porsche 959. Interesting. How are all of you wrong together? Is this like a similar thing to the Mandela effect? Where like everyone has like collectively the wrong thought pattern? Is that what's happening here? Because you're all wrong. It's an ugly as sin car, honestly. It's one of the ugliest cars of all time. Anyway, back to the stream. Cars. This looks pretty cool. You think it looks good as well? Damn. To be honest, put a few modifications and it's legend for rally. Yes, it was really good at rally. I'm not saying it's not cool. It is a cool car. It just looks really bad. Video design a better 959 when? I've made ugly cars in automation, and I would say they look better than the 959. So pretty much look at anything of my car and it looks better. The 959 Safari was a really cool car, also really ugly as well. The Multipler ascended to heaven. Oh yeah, now that one. That's right. The Multipler is probably like on par. Maybe, I don't know. The Multipler really only has that one ugly part. The rest of it kind of looks like some car and looks very bland. Whereas the 959 is just bad from everything. I wouldn't say it's horribly ugly, but it's not good. I would say it's one of the worst. I know there is uglier. I have been sent uglier, but yeah. Mandela effect? Yeah. You like the 959? Yeah, okay. So a lot of people here are just wrong, which is weird. I've never seen that many wrong people in one go. Anyway, then we got this weird, trippy looking thing. So this one, I believe, has the same body as the guy has done here for the not really Ferrari 288 GTO. Except they've done heavy modifications here, as you can see. Multipler is a great car to be inside, because you don't have to look at the outside. I'm with Phil, it's kind of ugly, but it's good. Sure. Anyway, moving on. Wow, I didn't notice that before. That looks really cool. I'm pressing the wrong button again. That looks pretty cool. It would have been great though if this had been had have been asymmetrical. That would have looked really cool, I think. To have it on like one side. Very of the era of turbo sort of thing to do that. So this is probably not turbo. Cheese wedge? Oh god damn it, you guys and the cheese. No, it's not Stratos body. Okay, fair enough. I'm apparently not one to talk about liking car design since I like French cars. Sure. Wait, is it the last one? What are we talking about? We're only halfway through. And we're only looking at them so far. We've not actually taken them out to drive yet. Very cool designs around here. One thing I'll say about, like, if we have a look back, I hope this will show up on compression from YouTube. We got orange lines around here from the cutouts. If you ever want to fix that, you'll do what I said to do on the Fiat Punto-like car. What you'll do is grab extra cutout patchwork sort of stuff, and you'll cut out extra than what you need to. Then you'll use the I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's a conforming non-cutout. It's the one that sits underneath the skin of the car, and then you'll make that as flush as possible by scaling it to be flat, just before it like turns inverse sort of thing, and change color. And then you'll like line that up to the edges as well as you can, and then it looks much better when it comes over to BeamNG, and you don't get this like sort of shitty jagged edge. Only sometimes if I'm really concerned on like showing the car to other people do I ever bother to fix that stuff myself. But I generally don't. I just wanted to say that in case anybody ever looked at their cars and they see they're like, How do I fix this thing? I hate it, I hate it. That's just a little trick. This car looks like Cyberpunk 2077 car. I think it's a little too old school. Like, this is what the 70s think the future is, whereas Cyberpunk 2077 is kind of like what we think the future would be now in the future when they're going through a retro styling phase. This is very much of its time sort of thing, except like maybe the honeycomb sort of look. What do we got in the front here? We got big magnesium wheels with a center lug. Oh dear, that's going to be a pain to change wheels on the side of the road. Single piston, solid disc, interesting. Then we've got double wishbone on the front, no front drive, so it is two-wheel drive. Then we've got a flat 6 with carburetors. 4 carburetors. 4 doesn't go into 6. So you can tune this sort of thing, but it's so incredibly rare because generally people, when doing these sorts of things, like to design them to be even for the whole thing. The big problem with doing that sort of stuff is plenums pull air pressure inconsistently. And air pressures move and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes there's a little bit of blowback, all that sort of stuff. But generally, you want to have your carburetors matched to a divisible number into the amount of cylinders there are. So, not really that. Well, I hate the new Peugeots with a passion. Alright. Modern old school, is that what you're saying? Sure. I would have just said retro phase. Retro design phase. Tires look like it? It's rad. Yeah, also radials on semi-slicks? Is that? No. Oh, this is old automation. This is not the Alpha Edition. Okay. Interesting. Single piston, smaller brakes on the rear. I hope this thing brakes well. We shall see. I like the fact that they've got some radiators up there. That's pretty cool thinking. If we can see through, which we can. Nice. They haven't closed up this area, though. I probably would have used... It's a mod for you, because it's not in the factory game, I don't believe. You can use the patchwork that's at an angle. That's meant to be for, like, making extra shapes on the inset sides of the body. And you could have, like, filled into that gap quite easily. I like the new French car, okay? My face is contouring with that transverse boxer. Yeah, being a transverse boxer is also a little bit of an odd option. I probably wouldn't have chosen that. Also, if this is old automation, we're seeing that same transverse transmission that we had in the other one. I wonder if the gearbox has stuff in it. No, it doesn't. It just has the clutch slave cylinder here. And then a gap between the transmission and the engine. I forgot that automation used to do that. Also, that's an automatic flywheel, not a manual flywheel. So I wonder if this is an automatic. If this is an automatic, I meant to say. But it's got a clutch slave cylinder. So no, this would be a manual. Weird. Anyway. Did I check to see if this has 4 or 5 valves? Good, at least they kept it with 4 valves. Interesting. Shall see how it goes. The rear design, I don't feel is quite as strong as the front design. Or from the front angles. That doesn't look particularly bad, but I feel it's missing a certain je ne sais quoi, and I can't really put my finger on it right now. If this is a complete concept, they probably wouldn't have had that rear bumper at all. If this was a road car, I feel they probably would have done something a little bit different with the rear bumper. I don't know what, though. Hi, Phil. I'm at work watching on mobile data. Oh, dear. I know mobile data in Australia sucks, so hopefully that's not costing you a lot of money. But welcome, E-Dragon, to the stream, even if only... Oh, you're at work and it's 11:24. Wouldn't you be going home by now? Weird. I think this is a new automation based on the hex design on the window. I don't think so. Those tires are old automation. They're not like that low poly sort of... sorry, not low resolution tire texture that we used to get. Or that we get. Rear has slap random stuff on a call it a day energy. Kind of. I mean, you can tell that they've gone for a design here. So they've got like lines matching with the tail lights. They've got tail lights, but then they've decided, you know what, I don't just like tail lights, so I'm going to put round lights in there. And then they've got a part in there that also lines up well for housing for the exhaust area. They've got a lot of interesting stuff here. I just feel it wasn't executed on quite as successfully as the front. Though I still really do like the car in general. So I'm not going to poo-poo it too much and hang on that for too long. Night shift? Yeah, well, I thought you worked in a restaurant. I didn't think there was night shift. Terrors... Yeah, what? From how I have gotten to know Erme, that's not his style. What? I'm confused. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, the side's also really cool. I like the fact that they've gone for a non-conventional door handle, all that sort of stuff. And then they've worked in the side body line design. I like that. It's really good stuff all around. I know that they've put this on here, and they most likely wanted this to be a vent, but that fixture just doesn't come in vent form, unfortunately. I also think that they've done a little bit of editing to this in Blender, because this is meant to be a smooth shape, but it's got like the lines on there, which happens sometimes when you put things through Blender, unfortunately. There's meant to be a thing that somebody made to fix automation cars to put them through Blender properly, which is meant to fix the material glitching issue, and also like the weird lines that happens when you put things through Blender. If it's not put through Blender, then I don't know, it's just a thing. The palettes are not my cup of tea, but that's just my taste. Yep, I mean, I get it. I don't hate it, I just think that it could have been different. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this has been through Blender, I believe, because that's got all the lines through there. That is funky. I hope to God this is functional and not just all visual. That is really, really cool. That is fantastic. Right? That's phenomenal. I'd not seen this before. That's so cool. Like, they've got all the details on there as well. They've got the quartz clock sort of thing. It looks to be a manual shifter. Sideways radio, very Citron-esque. The gauge cluster works too. I tested it. Oh, nice. Okay. That is really cool. I love that. Unfortunately, I fear that you're not really going to fit your legs in here. If it is meant to be an Italian sort of car, that'd be like an afterthought, or like a, who else does things wrong? TVR. Very much a TVR sort of thing to be like, oh, that doesn't really work, but we'll only fix it once we put it out in the marketplace. What you could have done, potentially, is angled everything up a little bit more. And that would have given you more leg room there. Where would your head go on this? I feel that your head would not have a lot of space. So your head would go right about here. Yeah, see, it's cutting off anyway. Even if you had a particularly low headline, you're still cutting off the top. So you could have angled that a little bit more. I know that you probably started this and you realized at some point, and then you went, oh, just can't be bothered fixing it. But if you want top marks from me, like top marks, that's the even further you have to go. The not being satisfied, the having to go back and redo things sort of thing. Looks really freaking phenomenal though. It's just, unfortunately, you'd have to be a child to like get a proper view of that thing. If I could look directly down into that steering wheel and have like the full like circle and circle and circle sort of look, that would be really cool. That looks like a spaceship. I love it. It looks really fucking cool, doesn't it? You don't know how... you don't know much... Wait, hold on. You don't know much about the design, and you will get the same room for your moon. Huh? I'm confused. Perfect. 8 out of 10. Love it. I think he has done better interiors all in all, but the driver's part is great. I think this is really cool interior design. I love it. I love also the fact that the center console sort of tunnel area doesn't go all the way forwards because it doesn't need to. It just needs to have the transmission linkages through there. So that's really cool. Also custom door cards as well. That's fantastic. That's really cool. And then like the custom roof and everything, just extra levels of design. Really love it. Can you guys give me a break? I am hankering for a drink and my water bottle is empty. You know what? I'll play an advert as well, just so then it'll pop the cherry in the ad and I won't play it in an inopportune time. If you want to play the ads through for me, I'll write in chat when I'm back by hitting I'm back or something like that in the chat. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Okay. And the sneaky wing mirrors? Oh yeah, the sneaky wing mirrors. Good spot on that. Short ads, hopefully. Because I've got skippable ads only. I don't have unskippable adverts. Because I think they're way too intrusive. We'll be back after these messages. Plays nothing. Wait, did it not play the advert? Oh wait, no, Broken Ursa. You're channel member, so you don't get adverts. That feels better. Give me a sec. We had no ads? Oh well, that's fine. Then you just watched a blank screen then. Pretty cool stuff. There's so much to love on that car. What do we... I don't really make a fuss of this very often, but my keyboard sucks. And it keeps on holding on to key bindings, like key presses, well after I've stopped pressing them. I hate this keyboard so goddamn much, but I'm a little bit not great with money at the moment, so I'm holding back on buying a new one at the moment. I want to get another really good one. This one, unfortunately, just wasn't. But there was nothing in that 30-second info. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Jumbo Jacob, how's it going? This looks pretty cool. A lot of details on here. There's some to like and some to not like. It looks very French-Italian sort of Mediterranean sort of design. I do like it. Doesn't look British at all. I know that Lotus had the multiple front light sort of thing, but it doesn't really look British. It looks very... like that French or Italian sort of design thing. Very interesting. Am I the only one that sees the unskippable ad? Hold on. I should not have unskippable ads. Yeah. I don't have skippable, non-skippable ads enabled. Huh. That's weird. You shouldn't have been getting that. I'm sorry. Pretty sure only YouTube Premium removes ads. Members would still get one? Really? Front gives me Alpine. Yeah, the front does give me a little bit of that sort of design feel. Got another ping. That's just from his thing again. Alright. The keyboard is possessed still. Yeah, sure. Stay away from it. I wish I could, but I'm kind of stuck with it now. I don't know about the overlap like that, but I suppose it doesn't look too bad. Does add a little extra detail, I suppose. I do like and appreciate how you've used two fixtures to get the headlight design that you want. You've first cut out a fixture to go on there, which you could put the headlight in, and then you've chosen a light with a brim, or maybe you've put a bit of tube over it to give the outside sort of thing. So you get that like half out, half inset sort of design. I like it. Oh god, the resolution dropped hard for you. You might have to reset it, I don't know. But it should still be good. We've got no drop frames or anything like that. Still sending out at 12 megabits. This looks like a Miata with the Mitsuoka kit. Never heard of that before. Wait, maybe I have. I'm not sure. It looks like someone put an A110 lights on an MGB. A little bit when I got towards the rear. I kind of get that. Anyway, here we've got steel wheels with hubcaps. Fair enough. We've also got... I don't know what sort of tire that is. Is that utility? I don't know what that is. Is that radials? I don't know. Depends on what year this is. I did a lot of researching recently into tires, and it seems that Australia was very different from a lot of the rest of the world. So the transition to radials really started in the mid to late parts of the 60s. Most cars were transitioning to at least having an option in the early 70s, transitioning to it being standardized on a lot of vehicles by the end of the 70s, and then into the 80s is when the last of the cars were generally sold with them, though only the cheapest cars or trucks and stuff like that were still sold with cross-plies, and then cross-plies faded out pretty much, except for trucks, in the 90s entirely. So, depending on when the car is, that might be the right sort of tire. If it's mid-engine, they're still probably going to have cross-plies as well sometimes until the later parts. He is trying to possess us with the ads. Luckily it didn't work. Okay then. Cross-ply hard? Oh, okay then. Those tires are medium cross-plies. Okay. Cross-ply tires. Hey, Pruny. How's it going? Alright, let's have a look to see what sort of brakes we've got on here. We got drum brakes on double wishbones. Interesting. We do have front engine, and we have short cast on a V8. Push rod, but no intake manifold. Automation still doing that jankiness. 2 valves, good. At least they got 2 valves. Is that a 2-barrel or 4-barrel? It's probably a 2-barrel. Correct. I like how a lot of people aren't just going, oh, 4-barrel, 4-barrel everything. Everything 4-barrel. This is actually quite accurate to still have that sort of stuff, unless it is like the higher end of the performance. Not just performance, but higher end of performance. Because it'll use a lot more fuel, there's a lot more technicalities into building them, all that sort of stuff, and they can use that as a reason to mark up the car a lot more, which means that they're expecting to sell less of them. Bonjour, Dumplays. As a bonjour. Small V8? You know, I can't actually tell. We will be able to tell in a bit, though, because automation now names the engines correctly. So when I get the car up, I'll be able to actually see what the engine is. But I can't be able to figure it out now. EV is the way to get surgery. You're a weirdo. Again and again, Bluetooth intakes? Yeah, it happens. 4.2 liter? That's not a small V8. That's a medium-sized V8. Tesla did it? What? Okay. Welcome, Nat64. How's it going? Long time no siege. Hello, I'm a bit late, but I see my vehicle worked. I mean, currently we're looking at an engine, so I don't know if you can really be that accurate. You're scared? Never seen Bluetooth hoses? Okay. I liked Confused Phil. Okay. I think we're going to have to stop responding to not cool, otherwise they may become encouraged. Yeah, anyway, big V8 for this sort of car size. Only two-wheel drive out at the rear and a solid axle coil on drum brakes. Interesting design choices. That is going to be a dated vehicle. We've got... I'm going to say that the back end has not come out quite as strong as the front. There's maybe just a little too much detail on here. So this being like cut in hard doesn't really match the softness of the rest of the design. This double sort of line here, I suppose some car companies may have done that. Is there a weird line here as well? No, that's just weird reflections. Interesting. Weird choices. The interior. Not bad. It's only a two-seater, not a 2+2 or anything. Everything seems to be here. Seems good to me. Is that the end of the music? No, one more song. Then it's the end of the music. Hey, Fanny Faxbear. Crossplane V8? Probably not, unless it was like a more expensive sort of car. The reason why, even though crossplane seems to be cheaper in automation, that's because engineering time is less, because you can engineer it basically like a 4-cylinder, I believe, or something like that. But, crankshafts, you have to have like harmonic dampeners, and they have to be a little bit more finely tuned, have to be a stronger material generally, because the vibrations are not particularly good on the crankshaft. I wish you could have an opinion to type anything on the engine cover instead of... option. Theoretically, what you can do is just cover it up and then put your own text over it. There is 3D text as a mod in the alpha opt-in alpha version of automation, and you can put your own text over it. I think there is also options to paint it invisible, but I'm not sure how that works. I don't think it works, but that's just an option there. I don't remember how it works. You like this car? So do I. Then we've got this big boy. Very biggest boyus. I love the 3-type headlight. Or did somebody say this is the Touch or something or other? I don't remember what it's called. Touch or T87. No, not the T87, the next one. T88? I don't know, I can't remember. No. Tatra rear engine V8. Hold on. Let's bring up... Okay. T306? .603, sorry, I mean. Yeah, okay. Tatra 603. Alright, so we've got here... that was weird. Got a few different designs. There's single, there's like semi-split. They got the headlights covering up... What? Let's make sure that my keyboard's not holding a keybind. Okay, so it does actually fill in the front grille. There is actually no airflow, as I can tell, on any of them. Only at the rear. They got a 3-headlight design? Okay, very close. Not quite. Bumper feels a little bit wrong. There is no indicators, I believe, on really any of these on the front end. Only just on this, like, side quarter. And then they don't have that vent either by the looks of it. I can't tell if there's a version that you're looking that's different. It's the 2608? Okay, let's have a look at the 2608. Sorry, 08. Doesn't exist. Do you mean the 608? Even still, it's coming up with the 603. That's the end of that music. Let's go to the next playlist. Nah. So I'm assuming this is rear engine. Sorry, I just breathed in a bit of saliva then and choked on it a little bit. Steel wheels on... What are they again? Hard, long life, crossplies. Drum brakes on the front. Double wishbones. Alrighty. Ladder chassis, is that what that is? I think that might actually be a monocoque. Can't remember. Moving to the rear, we've got the big honking V8. Yep, with the twin fuel economy carburetors. Do they have 2 or 3? Good, they've tried to make it work with 2 valve per cylinder. On the rear, we've got double wishbones with drum brakes as well. Okay, so you are going to need a lot of rear brake force with these. I don't know if you're going to be able to get there with just regular old drum brakes, but hopefully, we shall see. The keyboard is now possessing your PC. Phil, you need to call the Ghostbusters. Sure. Medium cross? What do we... Oh, medium cross blades. Okay, fair enough. Yes, but as GP, it would be a racing series. Huh? Have you ever been to the French part of Czech Republic? Me? No. What is that exhaust? Automation currently is doing some weird things with exhausts. That is... I forgot to mention it, because my brain just went... I went full on... Oh, is that working? There we go. It was just... I looked at it and went, oh, I can't be bothered. Yeah, it's been doing that a lot of the time with exhaust recently, and it's becoming a bit of an annoyance, but you can generally hide it, I suppose. I don't think it's a touchscreen, it's just an inspiration. Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think it's heavily inspired by, but not exactly. We've also got an uncommon sort of intake manifold. I wonder what the, engine... It has still a rather compact manifold. But I suppose you might consider that to be a manifold designed for low RPM. I don't know. I suppose we'll see. Anyway, coming out to dual exhaust, and then on the rear, pretty interesting. A pretty well-expected sort of design. It's got the vent and everything still, the scoop on the side. The front area... That steering wheel would lovingly compress your kidneys in an accident and then just give you internal bleeding, all that sort of stuff. Maybe rip open your intestines in a front-on accident where you're like pushed into it. It's got a radio. Okay, fancy. I thought this was meant to be a, what do you call it? Communist car. So I don't know if communist cars came with radios, but maybe. Is that a gated shifter on a column? Okay, I get gated shifters, and I get column shifters, but I don't think I've ever seen a gated column shifter before. That doesn't seem right to me. But that could just be me. Look, the 2022 Suzuki Celerio? I don't know what that is. This box design is becoming more and more popular. And I approve. That looks pretty alright. There's some weirdness about it that I'm not really happy with, and I think it's mostly the side. Like this indented sort of weird thing going on. Not a big fan. And the front looks like 80% of the way there. Something's just not quite right with the front either. Let's have a look at the rear, except it's not going to show me a simple one. The rear end, abysmal. That looks so wrong, and so counter to the rest of the design language of the car. Like, it's not boxy, it's not the utilitarian matched with, like, modern curviness. It's just there. It looks as if somebody didn't know what to do, so they just grabbed a whole bunch of other designs and just, that they had on hand, and then just kind of slapped them on there. It's weird. Not a fan of the rear at all. The front, though, I still rather like. You need a radio to listen to the glorious communist propaganda. Fair enough. Looks like a celery at night. Welcome, Periot Furland. How's it going? Hold on. Sorry, I didn't want to cough into the microphone. Car looks bad? I like the front. But I do get how that would be divisive. I look at that and go, I like it, but I can totally see how other people don't like it. I get it, but I personally do. I would get that car. Not in white. Some reason white makes it look bad. Can we load sometime today? There we go. Yeah, that looks considerably less good in white. And a little bit more of an angle. Now we're seeing these lights in a different way. That is a bit weird. I love how this has got like a big watermark over it. That helps a lot. Thanks. Great. Can we get like a 3/4 shot? Oh. Yeah, no, that looks less good now. I suppose I'd have to see it in real life. Luxury cars, so probably would most be officials of the government. Yeah, maybe. I have a Honda Civic. Okay. Why communist cars have to listen to music and propaganda? Okay. Lots of legroom, all that sort of stuff. In the rear, oh, still lots of legroom. Nice. They've got a full headliner. They've got map lights, all that sort of stuff, all that goodness. Those mirrors, though. So if we go into like where the head is, that mirror can't see all of it really. That mirror, I see a problem here. Do you see a problem here? Let's go back to the God, how far back was it? Okay, the Tatra. As you can see, headlights are way down there. Oh, sorry, headlights, mirrors. And generally only one. And I hope I've demonstrated why the mirrors go there. You either have to run the door mirrors on the door or all the way down the hood. And if you wanted to be like most of them, then you would only run one mirror as well. And usually it's on, yeah, the driver's side, as I thought, because it's like harder to see that way. But if you're looking that way, you got much more like area to see around. Looking over your near shoulder, not the easiest. Anyway, interesting car. We shall see how it works. I'm guessing the brakes will cook, even if in the real life car, it was able to survive a full like race series and all that sort of stuff. Like it apparently did quite well at racing. If we listen to that one guy, GP Laps, I believe was the one that did it. I can't remember. You need to go Periot? Pierrot? Is that meant to be Poirot? I can't tell. Furland. Catch you later, Furland. Then we've got the beginner design car of the week. So, step one. It's going to have a protruding bumper because it needs to have like the crash impact protection. The one thing from back in the day, it's a little more complex the way that they do it now. But you're meant to be able to take, I believe it's 5 miles per hour crash impact without damaging anything. So what you would do is you design everything out of all your cheapest plastics except just the bumper bar would be made out of the good strong plastic, meaning when you hit on the front bumper, it would just compress the front bumper, and then you could push it back out, or it would flex back out on its own. You wouldn't have it flush like that on an older car. And this does look like it's meant to be from the 90s. I can't really tell. Could even potentially be the 80s with those headlights. Next thing is, those don't look right at all. One thing is this grille section would be a lot lower, or at least the center part would be, because the number plate would usually often sit right here, unless you have the grille, this lower grille go all the way up, and then have the number plate block out part of the grille, which is more of a 2000s-y sort of design instead. Phil, I wish I could give you a challenge. I mean, you could try, but it's unlikely to be one that I will pick for a video. I mean, I might do it in a stream one day, who knows? It's a Brazilian Fiat Mille Uno 2013. This? I don't know what that is, so I'm going to look it up. Nope. No, not even close. So one of which, the headlights are like full chrome out sort of design. You've got way too much smokiness on the headlights for that. And then on the inside, it's also a matte plastic and not chrome. So headlights immediately incorrect. Then you've got a lot of black bumper over a lot of this, of which you do not have. The grille design, not even anywhere near. So no, unfortunately you're a little wrong on that. Or maybe, you know, a lot wrong on that. See you later, Not Real Came 344. Unless you're saying goodbye to somebody else, I can't tell. Welcome, Jens, to the stream. How's it going? The body only makes me think of the 205 or the 306. Yeah, I get the same feeling every time as well. Reminds you of it? Okay, fair enough. The whole area down here is also very flat sort of design and fixtures, which wouldn't be so bad, except for the fact that you've got like a overlap here, and this is a flush, but not great looking line here then. So that doesn't look particularly appealing, I would say. You like that truck? What, that one? Okay, cool. Let's go around to the side, and it's got big mag wheels. I'm somehow going to say a no on that. That doesn't seem right, even if it is a sports version with a big vent down the side. All right. I didn't notice that before. Is that mirrored? It is actually here. I just hadn't noticed it before. Weird. Hood design seems okay, though a little bit cluttered towards the middle. There's no leading lines as well. I've done leading lines talk a lot. You've got lines that angle in downwards, kind of match up with this, but not really. What you should have done is not had this bit in the middle, or maybe just covered it up with something that goes at a different angle. Then these also don't match up with the lines either, because these point right down and kind of cut off a little bit weirdly. You've done a fairly decent job, but it's not quite there yet. Side looks okay, mirrors look almost right, except for the fact that they're incredibly flat. I don't know why that is, but that doesn't seem right. Let's go in and have a look. So, mag wheels, but then you've gone like a medium or a hard long life sort of tire. Weird choices. Going in aluminium wheels on this sort of car, I doubt it. 2-piston solid discs. Maybe, sure. I feel if they're trying to keep prices down, they'd probably go a single piston. I don't know. McPherson strut, decent enough. Is that a ladder chassis? Might be. So I'll have to look at it. Then we've got individual throttle bodies on a double overhead cam with 4 valves per cylinder and then a race tubular exhaust. Hopefully, what you're getting at is this is aftermarket modified, because no. Just no. Only top-end supercars used to come from factories with tubular exhaust. Ever so slightly, a few muscle cars used to come with it back in the day, but usually that was a factory, non-factory, but a dealer-fitted option. After that, it only started to become more of a common thing occasionally. Very, very occasionally. But really has only become a thing more recently with the state of performance cards having to reach higher and higher targets to beat last year's model. Sorry, my voice broke a little bit. Puni would ask him later in Discord, but don't ping him, he'll see it. Yeah, don't ping me whilst I'm streaming as well. That will end you up with a timeout or a ban. So far I'm just timing people out because people get it. And I've also added that as a rule in my Discord. Don't ping me unless you really need to. Anyway, front wheel drive. Doesn't look like we've got drive out to the rear, just a tubular exhaust all the way down into double wishbone single piston rear brakes that are very small. Hopefully this thing doesn't have a brake imbalance, which I'm guessing immediately it does, which is going to suck a little bit, but we'll see. The rear of the car, way too basic compared to the front. Very, very, very basic. So this is the sort of thing I would do in a design if I'm trying to rush out a video in like a couple hours. It's just a little too simple. Like, okay, so I should say it's not bad. We're not saying it's bad. This is acceptable for an early beginner game sort of car where somebody's still learning a lot of the stuff. You've got good proportions, you've got everything that you are required to have, except for the fact that you don't have to seem a rear keyhole. This thing also might come with a rear windshield wiper and squirter for the window, potentially. Not all cars came with that, but this seems to be a more upmarket version. I can't tell. Aside from that, it's okay. Does it have the third brake light? Maybe this was released before brake lights, I'm not sure. Side, interesting. I probably would have tried to make this run the whole length, even though it would go over the doors. Still would try to do something with that. Dill, you have never done a Group B car, right? Yes, I have. Also, that exhaust in the middle is just pure 205 T16. Yeah, also the center exhaust, a lot less common. You don't often see tow bars on cars like this, but the main reason why you won't see center exhaust is because they give you the option, if you so want to, put a tow bar on for running a trailer. But you're in a hatchback, that's a lot less common, or a lot less likely. Then on the inside, we've got a straight up 2000s dash, aftermarket steering wheel. So this might be like a modified car. A gated shifter. I somehow doubt that. Pedals wrong way around, but I get it. It's the way that mod is. Seats are fine. Seats in the rear. You are limited on foot leg room. Are they like right up against the wheel well? Wow, that's the second person that's had the seats really far forward when they didn't need to and they could have more rear leg room. Strange. What's going on? Weird. Rear seat's fine. Lots of attention. Way more attention, I think, on the interior than the exterior. Which, sure. Okay. We'll see if the steering wheel and gauges work when we get to it. Looks like an early 90s car with an early 2000s makeover. Kinda. I'd say almost late 80s with the front. But also inaccurate. Very inaccurate. Getting onto this thing, apparently made entirely of 3D fixtures. And I can see the seam lines now that I'm paying attention. Yep. That is a lot of fixtures we've got here. That is a lot of different things just to get exactly the shape that they want. I will say, however, I'm a little bit less hype on it. I still think it's absolutely cool and fantastic, but we did see this a couple of weeks ago with somebody putting in ginormous amounts of effort. So you'd have to one-up them, honestly. Looks like an... already read that one. Big chunky boy? Yeah, big chunky boy. Very much chunky boy. That bumper. How have you done that? Oh, okay, I see now. It's a lot of different fixtures going into here. A lot of different fixtures. Also, I don't think I've ever seen headlights in a bumper quite like that before. Interesting. Maybe there's an option where it sells without the bumper and the headlights would go here if not, because I can see that this is sectioned off from the rest. Interesting. The front grille is not flat. Is that actually a part of the body? No. They've got fixtures that run this entire length. Which should explain how they were able to get this to be the same dimensions as well, I suppose. Wow, that's, interesting. What is the fixture at the end? So it is like a semicircle, just really stretched out. Interesting. You have put a lot of effort into that. Nice vault struck. In fact, it is like that. I don't know what you mean. Did someone make one? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. The Group B? I've made two. One in an old VOD, and the other one in, or VOD, in... drawing a blank. God damn it, what is it? That thing that does stuff. You know, that one. Yeah, that. I did the Pikes Peak old record car. It was like a 1.6 liter car with 600 horsepower from the 80s. Lots of turbo lag. Welcome, Javo. If I didn't say hello to you earlier. You're amazed? Yeah. All 3D objects to get exactly what they want because they weren't happy with anything else that they saw, but yet they don't know how to 3D model, so this is probably their thing on that. VW used the same cab for vans and trucks. It's a replica? Yeah, I'd assume so, because it's got the big Volkswagen badge on the front. If I'm not mistaken, the same cab is used for a smaller truck. That's what I'd assume. Also, welcome Const. How's it going? The lights are like that for the real one. Oh, okay. Do they also have the option to put the lights up here instead? Because I feel as if that bumper wouldn't be on all options. I feel like that's like a later addition by the looks of it. Can't tell. I joined your stream a few minutes ago. Huh? I'm so confuzzled. Welcome back, Pruny, by the way. Let's see what we've got on the inside. Oh, wait, hold on. We've got the handle for lifting the cab forward, the cab over forwards. If you guys don't know, I don't know if this one is exactly like that, but I'm assuming it is. There'll usually be a hinge right about where the front bumper is. And your hood latch will latch something off at the back, and then you'll grab and lift, or you'll push from here, the cab to go over, and the whole cab, seats, interior, things you've got sitting on the seats that'll fall forwards, your glove box will get messed up, and the whole cab will move forwards, so then you can see the engine underneath. Previously to that, for cab overs, you would have to take the seat out or move the seat out of the way. Generally, you'd just take the seat out because it'd be easier, because they'd make it that way. And then you would lift a bolted down plate off, and the engine would be accessible from there. Otherwise, you'd have to drop the engine out. Yeah, a lot of the ones did it in the grill. Ah, I thought so. Thank you. If I'm not wrong, after the facelift, they moved the lights up. Ah, okay. Yellow truck. Hey, E-Dragon. Yes, not cheese. Though this one is closer to cheese color than the other. Orange. Phil, I just joined your Discord, not stream. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Cool. We have those trucks in Brazil. Nice. Okay. I think we had them here as well. I assume. I don't know. I was never a truck aficionado as a kid, and these would be a lot less common these days. Yeah, it's still a tilt cab? Yeah, that's what I assumed. Here's something. This is really hard. So they didn't just put on some slab for one fixture here. What they had to do was end the fixture about here. Yeah, you can see where the lines join up. And then put in the, concave semicircle, lined that up, did it on the other end. Unfortunately, this has come out of points off for that. No, I'm joking. Then they put the handle in there. Intricate details. Packard sold them in the US and Australia as Peterbilts. Really? I didn't think we got Peterbilt in Australia. Because I've never seen a Peterbilt. I only ever heard about Peterbilts once they got released in like a... I think it was one of the truck games. It was either one of the Spin Tires games, like a Snow Runner or something. Maybe Mud Runner, I'm not sure. Or when I was watching some stuff on Euro Truck Simulator, which is something I'm planning to do. Would you guys be interested in seeing some, like, extra side content with Euro Truck Simulator? Back us all the blah, blah, blah. That's a lot of detail for being made of 3 feet. Yes, there's a lot of detail all over the place. Like, all of this, all custom details. Windows, all custom details. American Truck Simulator? Yeah. First I heard about Peterbilt was cars from 2006. Oh, okay. Maybe? I don't know. Probably not for me. Then moving into the interior. Oh, they've even got little tubelets for like extra venting sort of stuff. That's pretty funny. Like that. Dash, pretty good. Custom steering wheel sort of design on there. That's pretty nice. Got all different colors and stuff in there. Sure, whatever. Speedo being off to the side seems very weird, but I suppose that's not that uncommon, I suppose. But I really feel as if the Speedo would have been in the middle. I'm guessing no RPM gauge, because that is also quite uncommon as well on older vehicles. They just assume that you know when to change your gears. You'd be interested in a Euro Truck? MG Dev Design Custom Works, welcome to the stream, by the way, says no. Okay, well, apparently not interested. I think that making a car completely out of 3D fixtures doesn't get as much attention as making a body in Blender, and it should. Oh yeah, there's a lot more effort going into here than making it in Blender, because in Blender, once you get the skills, you can make cars rather quickly. But this takes a lot of time and patience, and foresight as well. It has a VIN plate under the dash. Really? Hey, it does too! Oh, that's cool. Nice. Anything else? I don't know what that's meant to be. Is that meant to be a part of the tilting sort of thing? Huh. Weird. Let's go have a look at the engine now, which should be around here somewhere. This is short cast, inline 6, pushrod by the looks of it, 2 valve per cylinder, mechanical injection, so I'm assuming this is meant to be a diesel replica, sort of engine. Then the transmission, because it's really viewable, and they couldn't paint it black much like that. I suppose you could have painted it black. They've gone in and they fitted a whole bunch of different things. I've recognized this shape right now. That is a shape I've looked at constantly and gone, what the hell is the point of that shape? Nobody's ever going to use it. I don't understand it. And what that shape is like half a sphere cut in half, and then they cut the top off like an egg almost. And that's what that is. That's that fixture, that 3D fixture, which I've never thought would get used. Has keys in the ignition and everything? Yeah, a lot of detail. It's a diesel replica? Nice. Oh, that shape. I use it for the base of an aerial once. Oh, okay then. Yeah, it's for a bell housing. Yeah. They've got the bolt plates on top. They've got their shifter linkages coming in here. Or maybe that's the clutch. I doubt that's the clutch slave cylinder. Lots of really cool details in here. Did they make the drive shaft custom? I'm gonna have to stop looking at this because it's making me feel shame for my cars. Oh dear. That's... Oh. Yeah. Okay. That's details people won't see unless there's actually like mechanisms to move the transmission around. Full custom exhaust popping out the side. Got a fuel tank here. And they weren't happy with the fuel filler, which comes out here. And I can see that because like it's not completely removed. And then they've added in their own filler that they did like over here. Nice. D-shackles on the side here, except they're not really lined up properly, unfortunately. But still pretty darn close to be able to fit a tarpaulin on. That tire seems excessively wide. I doubt that they would have sold with tires that wide. They probably would have had a dually. And I've shown how to do dualies, and they're actually rather simple. What you could do is, like, let's take a different car for an example. Mods, let's grab an unpacked car. We'll go with the BeamNG for now. No, actually, no, we won't go for the BeamNG. No, we will go for the BeamNG. Alright. Wheels. We'll just go front. Whatever. Doesn't particularly matter. Under flex bodies, what you would do is you would duplicate both of these wheel lines. Then what you would do is change the scale on the... Just gotta look at my legend that I've got written down there. Yeah, you would change the X value. If you wanted to half the width, you would make it 0.5. And then you would change the position offset, which would be, you would change the first number in that to be a smaller number, so then it would fit closer to the center. With the negative, you know what I mean by smaller, I mean closer to 0. Just a little bit. That is currently, your wheels are on this small little car. Sorry, not in your car. Half a meter out, basically. This is basically in meters, so this is 0.57 meters, which is 75.5 millimeters. No, 57, sorry. 57.5 centimeters. My bad. My brain is completely failing on me, apparently. Then what you would do with a duplicate, you would keep the same scale, move the position out a little bit. And then you have dualies. And you do it for both sides. So, like, there's a positive and a negative one. That's the sides. So it's not super simple, but there's no real editing to do. All you have to do is just shrink it up, move it, duplicate it, move it. Done. There's no blender, no nothing. It's all just in code. You do it, you refresh it in game, see how it looks. Even though it sounds nice, they did make tires like that. Really? That seems unlikely. I'll try it out later, thanks. Sure. I very much doubt that they made tires like that for this truck. That seems super inefficient. Those tires would be so goddamn expensive. Like, they may have made them for races and stuff like that, but for a road vehicle like this, I very much doubt that. Did I actually have a look at the running gear of this thing? What do we got? We have drum brakes on solid axle, leaf spring. The engine we saw already, into a custom differential, into leaf springs with, I believe, that is drum brakes. Alright. Cool. And the whole tray is completely custom. Whoops! That was my user character for some reason. I must have accidentally pressed F at the wrong time. Yeah, so that is this week's cars. Feel it's a super single. This is not going to come up with the right result, is it? Okay. When did they start making super singles? They also seem like they would be not cost effective. Super single. So let's have a look here. They don't have, like, history stuff on it. Wheels on large trucks. Super single, a popular name for a single large wheel and tire, popularly called a wide-base tire, substituted for a tandem assembly. The main benefit of a super single is a reduction in weight, combined with lower rolling resistance on super single promises better fuel economy. The disadvantage is the lack of tire redundancy from the tandem wheel benefit, sure. Also, I'm assuming a massive price, as the tire failure can disable the vehicle. Also, with a bigger tire, you're more likely to fail. The increased highway wear, which I would assume as much for a truck, having long-lasting tires is quite important. Through the high point loading and scrubbing of road surfaces when making tight turns. Okay, yeah. I suppose not the worst thing. The tire wear. But yeah, those seem not cost efficient. Until more modernly, maybe. But back in the day, that seems very unlikely. Fillets, yep, already read that. Okay. Semis use them in place of jewellies. Yeah, I've seen that's very unlikely as well, since I still see jewellies all the time. Oh, unless you mean like... Oh no, you said semis, not trucks. I have a challenge for you. Copy it to Discord, but... Okay. Why would super singles not be cost effective? Only I guess the question was answered. Making narrow tires means that you can have less strong metal bands and everything. The wider the tire is, it's not just more metal, it's more and stronger metal. Also, softer tire compounds, all that sort of stuff, can potentially be an issue, along with other things. But yeah, it also just doesn't look right. Because we've also got one over here, which also doesn't look right. When did super singles become a thing? Julie wheels replaced by some application replaced by this super single. Are super singles really that super? Yeah, I can't tell when super singles became a thing. But I'm guessing by the looks of the fact that they're on older looking trucks, I think? I can't really tell. That maybe they have been around for a while. No, these don't look like older trucks. Oh, like... When were... super singles invented? That doesn't help me. There's no history on the make of super singles. Yeah, I don't know. Challenge, make a special version of the 210 or 5, I don't know what that is, cars. Of your cars. I don't know what you mean. Of what? Example, Porsche 911 GT3 version, Ford Escort Rally, and the special version must have requirements. I mean, I've slightly done that before with a Ford Crown Vic. I've seen them on dump trucks here. Okay. They're also very low speed as well. Maybe that's a thing? Sorry for the long message. Yeah, then put that in Discord. Unlikely to be a challenge, though. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Looks like a glitchville? What does? This thing flickering here? That does to me. In Canada? You've seen them on dump trucks in Canada. Alright. Alright. Let's go test out the first truck, which will be this bad boy, or girl, or whatever. Since it's trans flag. We will take it to... You know, since it's an industrial-looking vehicle, we'll take it to industrial side, which is, the state of Russia in USA. Pink truck? Very pink. Let's go have a look at the details of said truck first. Where is we? No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. I don't think it's here. What the hell? Have I done this wrong? What's happening? Where did it go? Have I looked at both of these? Yes, and... Ah, there we go. Okay. This truck was built from many different vehicles over the years. It was built as a parts collector for a project and customer cars. Rear-wheel drive, I'm assuming that's meant to be. Inline 6 diesel, J-beam sounds. Oh, nice. The interior should be more detailed, but I had to rebuild the whole vehicle as it got corrupted. I did move the camera in J-beam editing. As this is built from parts taken over from the other vehicles, there is no year or price. I'm new to the whole Reddit stuff, so I hope this works. Seems fairly good to me. Lots of cool stuff here. I very much do appreciate the effort you went to in this vehicle. Cotton candy flag? Sure. This is the vehicle I had to rebuild as it got corrupted. Your Nat64. That's... oh, it is your name. Okay, good. Fuel tanks, all that sort of stuff. Except fuel tanks usually don't have hard ends. And the reason why you generally won't have that is in collisions. Rounded ends are meant to be more pliable. So flat ends, you could probably fit over like a, like this sort of shape almost. That you've used for your rear tire here. Sorry, my voice is going. Almost that sort of thing. There's stuff like that in 3D fixtures. And you just could have capped it on the rear so then they're not like a flush barrel like that. Those will tend to rip at the seams a lot easier. Or maybe it's meant to rip at the seams. I can't remember. One of the two. Kind of looks like an F-Series truck. Beauty. Sure, maybe. Let's see how it goes. First, I want to see how it deals with running over stuff and crashing. Oh. Popped a tire. Let's try that again. Oh, good crash physics. Except, yeah, unfortunately, BeamNG got those... These, tubular shapes that you get in automation are, unfortunately, single things. So, in BeamNG, the way it bends things is by moving the vertices around. It can't really move the straight lines and faces. So, unfortunately, that doesn't exactly work. Catalyst 72, don't know what that means. Looks kind of like an F-Series. Oh, read that one. It was... had to redo. I like how it's described as made of different cars. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I do like it. Cool engine sounds. It feels like your suspension might be a little too solid. Yeah, your suspension is really stiff. Unless this thing is meant to carry tons upon tons upon tons of weight, that suspension is way too stiff and is really uncomfortable. I've also just noticed you don't have mud flaps, front or rear. You're probably going to want that, especially considering you got like off-road tires. I'm assuming this is meant to be for going on to off-road as well. This thing tends to like to get sideways, except I don't want to control it manually, and BeamNG is like going, which gear? Which gear? Hold on, which gear? Put a bundle of planks in the bed. Yeah, I'm thinking I might. We'll see. Woohoo! Oh, just missed. Perfect driving from me, yeah? Alright, let's go ahead and have a look at the collision mesh. I mean, I think I could fit in a bundle of logs in here. Might be a bit of a tricky fit. Where we go? Cardboard box. Is there, like, weights on that? No. Oh, metal box would probably be better. Spawn new. Where did it go? Oh, it's underneath. Duh. Alright, that's weird. I've never seen that before. Let's F7 it. Okay. And then, Control W, tuning, mass, 5 tons? Okay, let's go with that. Okay, apparently it's not tuned for 5 tons. Let's go like 3 tons maybe? Let's go 2 tons. Or 2.3, that'll do. Did that apply? I think it did. Okay. Oh, having to ride that clutch a lot. Oh dear. So this is not the right gear ratios for this vehicle. If this is meant to be a towing sort of vehicle, it would generally have a very short gear range. You would have lots of gears, probably a high-low mechanism, which is actually not that hard to implement. I might do a video on that one day. You could have just made it four-wheel drive. That would have also done it. Considering this thing looks like it's meant to be an off-road sort of vehicle. Brakes are suddenly not as good. Well, there goes that 2-ton barrel. Oh, box, sorry. How does this handle without it? There's a big oops-so. Threaded the needle. Drifto truck a little bit. Oh, big rip of the handbrake there. Love it. When I used to drive these larger trucks for work, they used to ride super stiff and horrible on the back until you loaded them. Yep. The suspension strength on my truck is set as hard as I can in automation, and I still can't carry as much as I want to do. The thing is also the front suspension is really stiff. Like, there is no lunge under brakes whatsoever here. Let's see if... Good, okay. Running through the grass patch had almost no effect on such a heavy vehicle with so much torque. Let's try the braking again. I feel as if you want better brakes. So let's go again. Let's see if we can't see which wheels are locking up. Okay, actually, I can't see it from here. Let's go UI apps. This one, wheel speed debug. Leave that there for now, and we're going to see which wheels lock up first. Okay. Yeah, your rears do lock up a little bit earlier. You probably, unless this is meant to be a banger, like just not a particularly great vehicle, you probably want a lot more brake force on the front as well. This is a pure visual build based on real-life parts trucks I am working on in real life. Oh, sweet. Cool. All right. Front suspension is usually softer than the rear axle. Yeah, but there is absolutely no lunge, really. I'm getting a bit of rock motion here because I'm also accelerating just beforehand. But you can see that that suspension is nearly not moving at all whatsoever. But yeah, a rather cool build. I do love it. Since there is no, like, price or year or all that sort of stuff, I'm just going to assume that you would rather a simplified score than... So I'll give you a simplified score. There is a lot to like here about this. There's some contradictions, however. You've got parts in the back here just randomly strewn about as if it's meant to be for a workshop. But then down here, you've got first aid and fire extinguishers. You got anything inside there? No, sorry. Burps all around apparently for some reason. I feel that is an issue. Sorry, not an issue. A contradiction in your ethos of build here. Is it meant to be for track or for hauling stuff? Because 2 fire extinguishers is a lot of fire extinguishers. Usually that's about 2 more than what most people have in their vehicles. Even trucks. Is it a 70 trucks? Maybe, so brakes may be accurate. Maybe. That's possible. But they are pretty bad. So we're unloaded and it was already struggling to brake. That is an issue. There's many upgrades you can do for brakes. That was pretty abysmal showing there by those brakes, unfortunately. Do we give it a perfect 8 out of 10? I think we give it a perfect 8 out of 10. I think it's an all-round truck. Sure. Even still, that's a lot of fire extinguishers. As I said, that's about 2 more fire extinguishers than most vehicles will hold. The overwhelming majority of vehicles as well. Unless you're like from some weird European country where like you're mandated to wear, have a high-vis jacket in your vehicle for no real reason. 8 out of 10 is good? Yeah, I like it. There's a lot here to like. Next vehicle is... the Fiat Punto. So the Dama Viola GT. Let's go to the top ones again this week. Oh, it did update. Okay. 13-inch. Weird. It's a 13-inch Dama. Pretty sure this is bigger than 13 inches. This is that, 2013. Oh, wow. Not only is it 13 inches, but it's also 2013. Interesting. It's a perfect track toy on a budget, manufactured by that, blah, 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 blah. 0 to 106.9 seconds. The suspension is aerodynamic tune, blah, blah, blah. Lap time yet to be recorded. Hardened on the Nordschleife track. I'm happy to not take it to the Nordschleife. That's a really long lap time. Let's take it to... I'm thinking Hirochi for a track, for a car like this. Mirin the Bowtie Bra. Huh? I'm confuzzled. Also, welcome DC if I haven't welcomed you yet. I think that's your first thing you've said. Small Italian boy. Also, I'm back from being AFK. You probably heard me say 8 out of 10 and you're like, you must be there! I must say I did enjoy the sounds of that previous car, by the way. Not the truck. Oh, admiring? Admiring the bow tie. Ah, the bow tie! Have a closer look. Can you enjoy the bow tie more now? A bit of bow tie action. You like my bow tie? Cables in the way? Do you like... You enjoying this bad boy? What do we got? That's the wrong one. There we go, that's the right one. We go from that one to that one. Then back to that one. Then back to that one. Then to this one, because this is the normal one. Bow ties are indeed cool. Thank you. Too much bow tie? How dare you, E-Dragon? How do I ban E-Dragon? Oh dear. Alright, let's give this one a bit of a try. Very quiet. Do I have the audio turned down? I don't think I do. It's down a little bit. Let's turn it up a little bit. Let's turn ESC off, because that's boring patrol. Lots of wheel spin, and for the first time ever, BeamNG has known which gear to be in. I don't think that's ever happened. Nope, apparently it didn't. Hold on. What are your gear ratios right now? First gear is too long for a hatchback. Second gear is okay, I suppose. Yeah, that's alright for second gear. But, like, first gear? Way too long. You never have too much bow tie. I hope your socks get wet. Oh, brakes seem well tuned. That turned in quite nicely. This car doesn't know which gear it wants to be in. Apparently this doesn't have... Yeah, it doesn't have a proper LSD or anything of the sort by the looks of it. Yeah. Am I wrong? Or does this thing not have an LSD? Which, for a sports car, you'd feel that you probably want one, especially if you're meant to be giving it an Abarth-like badge. I like it, though. Oh, I only just noticed the, like, roof greenhouse area, whatever they're called these days. But, like, they haven't gone full size because they wanted to keep it budget still. Because a glass roof is not cheap. It's a lot cheaper just to stamp something out of steel. So, like, the smaller the piece of glass, I mean, obviously cheaper because there's less glass, but also, like, it's cheaper to produce. It's cheaper to produce lots of little bits of glass than one big piece of glass, which you have to unwieldy make all in one go. You guys are confusing me in the chat. Sunroof? Yeah, kind of, except for when there's lots of stuff on the top, it goes to being called a thing like a greenhouse if the roof isn't retractable. And as you can see, they've tried to like color in the roof to make it look like it's got a greenhouse, but actually it doesn't. It just has a black area with a sunroof. I would have liked to have seen that go the whole length of the roof though, not just cut halfway, but I suppose that's an interesting choice that they've chosen, and I entirely agree with that. Yeah, that first gear is way too long. 20 PSI? Are you insane? That, you've tuned this engine wrong. No, I very much doubt that. Let me go have a quick look at how much a modern engine runs in boost. Maybe I'm just old, but 20 PSI is excessive. Like, that's high-end performance car levels. Boost, yeah, Fiat Punto Abarth engine. Does it come with a turbo? That looks like that's on the exhaust side, I think. Really hard to see. Yes, that is the turbo. Okay. Fiat Punto Abarth. How much boost? Courtesy of larger guarantor, the Abarth 1.5 max 120 kilowatts, 21 kilowatts, 1.4 liter. How much boost? Bathist? Okay, let's have a look here. PSI? No. Bar? Not a bath. Anti-roll? No. Okay, so it's not going to tell me here. Was this written in 2016? Okay. So I'm going to get 0.9 bar peak boost in second gear. Yeah, sounds about right. As far as the readout gauges go, around 1.2. 1.5 bar? Okay, let's go. 1.5 bar to PSI, because I don't know bar. Wow! Okay, apparently they do reach that higher pressure. Jesus, back in like the 2000s, if you were pushing more than 14 PSI, you're like getting a lot of power out of that engine. And that's usually aftermarket only. Oh my god! I'm happy with my score. I should have clarified why the first aid and extinguishers are there. I run a setup on my works truck and I deal with a few fires. Ah, okay. I feel as if you wouldn't be dealing with big fires if all you're working with is fire extinguishers. Like, a fire extinguisher is a first response, not a I've got here to respond sort of thing. Unless you're like support for a bigger fire service, maybe? The Fiat 500 Abarth US spec makes 18 PSI stock. Yeah, I'm assuming this one makes a little bit more since it is a little bit bigger. That's a lot of PSI to get such a piddly amount of power. 21 PSI only gets you 110 kilowatts, did they say? $155 horsepower. That is not a lot of horsepower for that amount of... My god. You know what it is? Modern days now have direct injection, all that goodness, better tuning, probably better fuel since the early 2000s. They can probably run these small engines on really high boost without it knocking. Because if you're running boost that high, you're probably knocking back in the day. Unless you were like, really like forged internals and everything. That's insane. 1.4, I know, but I'm talking like they were running up to 17 PSI on SR20s and getting like 300 to 400 horsepower out of those things sometimes. And that's only 0.6 of a liter bigger. What is the difference there? I don't know. Yeah, my goodness. That's a lot of boost. I can't... I'm now going to have to rethink all I know about engines. That's crazy. I just made a video over the last night with a few other YouTubers. Like, it was Gasket Case, if anybody knows him, mostly from Twitch, a little bit on YouTube. Twin Turbos and Tries were in there. I was apparently the smallest one of the bunch because Tries is doing freaking phenomenal these days. Yeah, Jesus. You know, this car handles quite well. It's not oversteery, it's quite nice. The braking is well tuned. Like, I can brake and turn in and it doesn't completely wash out, which is more than what you could say for most road cars, because I hard locked it. Like, that was full lock just then. A new collab thingy? Yeah. It was meant to be bigger, but a lot of the people agreed to kind of the time period, but then had other things come up, stuff like that. Yeah, it ended up becoming a bit of a mess. So, yeah, that's broken up into 2 different collabs now, because apparently, Gasket Case, because they weren't able to join, they're going to try to do it with Ruben, and I'm going to try to jump in on theirs as well. Until it does that crash thing where it pauses. Huh? Okay, after adding a 9th gear to my Tomahawk X6 clone fan car, it now goes 560 miles per hour or 900 kilometers an hour in nerd numbers. Until it does that crash thing where it pauses preventatively? Huh? I'm confused. Specifically i4s? Most modern cars have 1.5 to 2 liters. Yeah, they are getting very small now. There's a lot of 1 liters, 1.1 liters, and 1.2 liters becoming quite common with turbos. Even, like, turbos used to be just performance things, and they are performance things now, but now they're just becoming standard small car things, so then they can run smaller engines with turbos to get a better fuel efficiency number for the EU regulations, or the regulator, sorry. So then they can run their more performance-orientated vehicles with the fleet average, which is a thing which they implemented as well, to be able to run a more wasteful tune on the bigger cars. It's really interesting how things have turned out. Well, it doesn't rev as high, and it's probably has a smaller camshaft lobes for better... Yeah, I know. But, like, it's weird, because it's not what I'm used to. Wow, popped the tires off really well just then. Yeah, I just feel that the gear ratio is a little bit wrong. Apart from that, this car is really well done. Oh, good crash structure. It's fairly good. A little bit soft. We were only going slow, and we still managed to do that. I mean, not slow, but not really fast. I don't know what causes it, but it just resets because I guess it's too unstable for the game to handle, I don't know, high-speed crashes causes. Okay. The Volvo B230 would be considered a big block then? Yeah. I've got a big block. I've got a AQ171B, which is the B230 block, or maybe the B23 block, but with a 2.5 liter stroker that was made by their boat division. But yeah, I love this car. Let's go ahead, give it a stream score. Styling. I mean, it looks nice, but it is still a hatchback, and it's not like your outstanding Fiat 500 sort of cars, where it's like not only good looking, but like retro styling and cute and ticks a whole lot of different boxes. Still looks pretty darn good. I am categorizing this score also. It is a supercar. It's not a supercar, so that's going to hurt a little bit, but still, for hatchbacks, it looks pretty nice. But it's not garish in any way. So we'll give that a 7. It's pretty good, but not like an outlandish sort of car. Acceleration, I mean, it's very pedestrian. What was it, like 6.9? 0 to 100. Handling. You know what? I'm going to give that, because it's not like glued to the road with aerodynamics and all that sort of stuff. It's all really good. And I kind of also want to give it like a slightly higher score than what I normally would, because I'll try to categorize it again. Handling for a hatchback. We'll give that a 7 again. The fun factor, though, this is really high. I'm actually going to straight up give that one a 10. The cool factor. Most of the world is not going to think much of it. In the EU, they will love it and they'll think that it is quite cool. Here in Australia, it's no supercar, it's no muscle car, anything like that. It's front-wheel drive. A lot of people still are against that, which I get. But if you can't drift legally and you don't want to like risk the police state coming down on your head like we do here every single time you do anything, front-wheel drive is just as fun, because unlike a rear-wheel drive, you get to handle into corners a lot harder if the car is set up correctly. Because it's got like a short wheelbase. A short wheelbase in rear-wheel drive is sketchy. Short wheelbase and front-wheel drive handles well, can do really good wonders. Cool factor. So we're going to go like a 6 on that one. It's not really the highest. I'm assuming a lot of people here also don't particularly like front-wheel drives compared to rear-wheel drives. This makes Nürburgring laps annoying because basically any impact with a wall causes me to involuntarily reset. Okay? I, as a German, can confirm that we do indeed want this car. Fair enough. Yeah, I heard front-wheel drive is great for hairpins. Yes, it can be. Trackability. I'm going to say it's pretty good. We're not saying, like, will this win races? For trackability, we're saying, can you take this to the track and not have, like, a really bad time? How is it on a track? And even though it's not, like, super fast, we're still going to give it a fairly high score. I'm going to give it, like, an 8. On every corner, you're going to have a really fun time tracking it around. And it's going to do it quite well for a car without a lot of downforce, or any downforce at all, really, maybe. But no real guts in higher speeds. Your low speeds at drag strips are going to suck as well. All that sort of stuff. Features. I'm assuming the price, $28,000. So it's not going to be bottom of the line. But it's also not a particularly good thing. Looks like we're going to have some sort of screen here. So it's probably going to be moderate. It's probably not going to have radar-guided cruise control. Might not even have cruise control because it is a small hatchback sort of car. Yeah, hatchbacks are usually a lot more sparse, and I don't get it. Like, top-of-the-line hatchback cars are not cheap. And they can make money off of the lesser performance cars. The upper performance cars aren't really that much different in price to make. It's, yeah. I don't get why they don't do it. I'm just going to move this out so that I'm not seeing that glitching shader there. Features. We'll go with, like, a 6. They're usually quite underprepared. Especially at $28,000. That's not the most expensive car ever. Comforts. I mean, it's a little bit solid, I noticed. Like, it didn't have a lot of body roll. Seats look okay. They're alright. A little bit cramped, especially your foot room. It's not the worst car, but it's also nowhere near a comfort car, especially being a Bath. We're going to go somewhere like a 5. It's comfortable enough. You're not going to be uncomfortable driving this car. Going over speed humps and whatnot, going to be quite uncomfortable. I love my Ford Fiesta ST150. Absolutely phenomenal car to drive. Take that thing over a speed hump and you want to slit your wrists. It's not really that bad, but it's like really bad. Like every time I do, I'm like, blah, blah. It's like, god damn. Am I a supercar? Jesus. Quality of this car. It's Italian, I'm assuming. Move this out of the way. Do they say Italian here at all? Budget car, making 0 to 100, blah, blah, blah. Aerodynamic tune, extreme track using, handle north lava track, it's perfection, blah, 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 blah. Links. Let's see. Same blurb. Alright, I'm gonna guess it's Italian. At the very least, it's most likely European, since you talked about it being being taken around the Nordschleife, which is very much a European thing. Other car companies do it sometimes, but because it's like a lot more and not everyone knows the Nordschleifer except if you're in Europe. Yeah, it seems, yeah. I'm gonna guess European, and I'm gonna guess Italian. So, because it's a cheaper car, the plastics are gonna be a little bit cheap. It's not gonna be the worst car in the world. And the build quality is gonna be particularly poor. So I'm probably gonna give this one around a 3 or a 4. It's a little bit more mass produced, so it won't be a 3. It'll probably be a 4. It'll probably break lots of little things here all over the place constantly. And then rust before you buy it. Welcome, Sad Odge. How's it going? B-Set is back. Automobili is the Italian spelling for automobile. Was that the name of the car? I don't know what that's got to do with anything. Practicality. So it's not a 4-door, so it's not like hugely practical. You do have seating for 5, even if the rear seats are mostly going to be for smaller people. You've got a hatch, which is quite practical, but not big like a station wagon or an SUV or a ute, but sizable and easy to park by the looks of it. So its practicality is going to be quite high. We'll probably put that somewhere around an 8. Don't really want to give it more than that. You know what? No, a 7, I think. Because 8's getting into like really practical cars. This one's just quite practical with 2 doors as really the only downside. I personally prefer 2 doors. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying for practicality purposes, if you're looking for a car that's practical, 2 doors is going to be less of what you're looking for. Value. It's a good price, handles quite well, fun, and it is a sports car that's less than $30,000 in 2012. So it's not too bad. I'll give it like a 7. You're still paying nearly $30,000 for a 2-door hatchback, which is... There are a lot cheaper hatchbacks, but this one is more sporty, so you're getting a little bit more with it. In fact, I almost want to reduce that to a 6. Ongoing costs. Description says it was made by Dharma Auto. Oh, I see that now. Dharma Automobile. Okay, yeah, cool. Silly Phil. Well, my grandparents are here for Father's Day brunch. Gotta go. But it's not Grandparents' Day. Why are they there? I'm joking. I know. It's a family thing. Catch you later. Broken Ursa. Moving on. Next thing. Ongoing costs. I can only really say it from my Australian perspective. No matter what it is, if it's European, there's always a premium on prices, and repairs for Italian cars are usually higher, especially European ones. Maybe not as bad as Germany's poor build quality, but not going to be great. Fuel economy is going to be probably really good. So I'm going to guess ongoing costs of somewhere around... Let's give it an 8. You're going to be paying a premium on parts. But fuel economy is going to be really good. And the parts aren't going to be that bad. And a lot of the times you can just be like, oh, that's broken. We'll just leave it broken, sort of thing. J-Beam editing, I don't believe there was any. Hold on, do we have that? No. No, okay. So there's a no on that. Would I buy it? If it came down in price, yes. Yes. Je ne sais quoi factor. 10. There is a lot of design stuff there that I don't feel was represented well enough in everything else. Like, even just the styling factor, I don't think really did that. Commonality and realism. 10. A score of 106, which is really high. That is if you live outside of Europe. What are we talking about? Lusor Mihabosa. Yes. For a lot of car people, yes. But only people that, because the Nordschleifer is going out of fashion since Top Gear ended, sort of thing, and that whole thing that really made it popular is now getting close to 20 years old, that video. What was it, 2006? 2007, maybe? Yeah, that's starting to fade from people's mindsets. So only like people that are car guys, but also actually into cars. Most other people do not know of its existence at all. Really? A lot of people that didn't care about cars still watch Top Gear because it was just a really entertaining show, despite it being, despite your interest in cars or not. Yeah, I think there's a hardcore following of people that are really into cars or racing that know it. Outside of that, it really drops off quite quickly. I don't know what you're saying there, Luso. I don't speak that language. I'm currently making the suspension for my 2022 F1 car. Phil is not in Europe, so it makes sense for him to judge something from a non-European perspective. Yep, I hope people get that idea. Ayo, you are the first person to pronounce my name correctly. I did? Thank God, because that was not easy to pronounce. And I kind of winged it. Welcome Luca to the stream. Americans send their cars around the Nürburgring unless the company is Dodge. Sure, I suppose. Some of them. Do all of them? I don't know. Service costs. US AU cars are a hell of a service in the EU. Italian cars are probably the cheapest to own over here. Really? It's completely inverse in Australia. And I think it's because we have like a really strong trade agreement between us, America, Japan, kind of China, but that's degrading, India and a few other little countries around. So we get really cheap parts from there, mostly Japan, I meant to say. We get like most of our cheap parts from Japan. And then European cars are just like a step a level more expensive. Koreans as well, sorry. Korean parts and cars are also quite cheap here. Price in the 1997 Silverado, 3,500 euros service costs. Oh dear. Ugh. So yeah, 106. That is actually a really high score. To get above halfway, which is somewhere around like 70, I think, you're doing well. Getting over 80, you're getting into a less common sort of area. Over 90 is pretty hard to do. Over 100, only a few cars have actually ever done that. And I think that's a pretty good score for a car which is just a hatchback. And I know that sounds a little bit degrading to hatchbacks, but it is just a hatchback. It's not a supercar. It's not the sort of thing that most kids are going to put up on their posters, like a poster they're going to put up on their wall and go like, yeah, I really want one of those. They might, but it's not going to be like a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, all that sort of stuff. I don't think Italian cars are too expensive in America because Fiat is part of the same company as Chrysler and Dodge. Yeah, I heard about that. Fiat is quite rare, especially here in South Australia. Phil, drive this car, Blackbird, in Sports ESC. You won't manage it without it. It was tuned with a steering wheel, so no scoring as I retuned it, and you have the old version, not representative. Eh? Okay. Plus you can get an Italian-made Jeep. That sounds like a bad time. An American-designed car made in Italy? Ugh. That's like the Volvo 262. Volvo design, which was a lot of the time questionable, made in Italy with Italy's build quality in the 80s, 70s even. Ugh. Nah. So what are we in? Sport, you reckon? Alright, let's give it a try. Cool sound. I believe that is still a cross-plane V8. Wait, no, was this a Boxer or a V8? I can't actually remember. What have we got in here? We have, yes, that's right, a V8. Okay, it's a full manual, it's not a sequential. Is it me, or does the new automatic manual not have a clutch sometimes? Brakes are okay. Does this thing have a lot of downforce? It feels like it. Like, maybe not a massive amount of downforce. Maybe it's the ESC taking over. There's like a weird understeer, but then again, it's a mid-engine, so that would be expected. Especially considering that this thing is a short wheelbase with a heavy donk in the back. I say donk, what I mean is engine. I don't know if... We just call donk is sometimes a term, much older term, I suppose, for something that's just big and unwieldy heavy. Unwieldy and heavy. V8 with a boxer sound, I think. Almost sounds like that, yeah. Auto manual exports as usual clutch, so I give it a manual. Okay. What are we doing? Oh, that's right, unpause. Yeah, this thing must have a lot of downforce. It's only 2.4 liter V8. Sounds about right. And there we go with a high boost pressure again. Oh, that ESC is amazing. I was able to save that spin in a 2-meter wheelbase car. Wasn't able to save that one, even if I was lifting off a little bit. Hey Phil, how you... Welcome Swagbucks to the stream. I'm doing okay. Let's turn ESC... Oh, nope, off. And see if I have the skill to do it with a controller. So I'm guessing it's not going to be great. Ooh, it feels a lot more aggressive already. Oh, under brakes is a bit sketch. Yep, once it goes... What the hell? What the hell? What have you done? Are you trying to counterbalance the car? Is that what that is? Or is that just an export glitch? And it did not alter the sound except in JBeam the turbo sound. Okay. It has interior camera. It's great with a wheel. Might as well make it an inline 5. I mean, you could, but I think they just wanted a V8. It's from an old car body? What is? I've adjusted the nodes since. Oh, okay. Yeah, this would help make it more stable, if I'm going to be honest. But, probably not so great for, like, pure aggressiveness. I feel a smaller engine would have been probably better. Would have been lighter. How much aero does this have, by the way? Can you just answer that for me? Woo! Damn it. Yeah, you're right. I think this would be much better with a wheel. Even with a wheel, I feel that this would still be a little bit sketch at certain points without ESC on. Ooh, that feels good. Less wheel spin, better cornering. What? It is more stable now. Great drive? And give me more weight to the front. Okay. What you could have done to shift the weight around was put in a smaller engine. So, not necessarily like less capacity, but just like putting in a 4-cylinder or something. You could still make similar RPMs. You'd have to run forged internals, but that'd be fine. And you could make the same amount of power. God damn it. That front collision. Big oath. Alright. I've got one last thing to try. Let's turn on lazy mode. Okay, lazy mode doesn't help. I might try this with my wheel. Yeah, go give it a try. This thing does actually feel really satisfying to drive. The interior perspective is a treat. We'll try that in a bit. Oh my god, it feels immediately solid to the ground. Ah, understeer. This new system, oh god, though, does take a little bit of practice. I'm pretty sure if with practice, I could have done that perfectly. But I have almost no practice with it so far. Yeah. It is just phenomenal. Like, look at that. I'm flooring it out of there, and I feel quite comfortable. The only problem is I hit the dirt. I'm surprised with, like, such jank nodes that this thing doesn't jiggle a lot. Alright, so maybe it's not perfect. Let's actually rewind a lot there. I want to see if I can take that one at full pelt. It's weird. It feels stable. But sometimes it fails. Ooh, understeer. Horrifically. Understeer again. Ah! How do you take those corners? I just want to see if there's like a trick to this. No, you do have to counter steer yourself. God damn, no, that is really tricky. And then the exit is much better just with lots of understeer. So I think with a lighter engine, you would have less issues with understeer. It doesn't want to turn because it'll oversteer if you do turn it more than what it was basically doing in a straight line. Yeah. That short wheelbase combined with the big engine in the back, probably the biggest downfall here. Do you want to... You're probably not going to get a full fill score. This is not a road car. This is a simplified car. So for design, it's quite good. I don't know about... Like, this almost looks like a duck bill. Like, duck face and then just like... Boom! Out comes the bill. I don't know about it being so flat, is what I'm saying. The side looks nice. The rear looks pretty cool. In most respects. Some reason going flat and then, like, this just looks too receded? I don't know. It's a bit hard to tell. You know what it is? I don't think the diffuser goes up enough. Looks pretty good, though. I do like the interior, all that sort of stuff. Let's give the interior a bit of a try. Hey, we do have RPM gauges. And working speedometer, and a working steering wheel. Well done. Oh, the turbo gauge moves. I'm assuming the other gauges don't work. I don't know. What about the indicators? The indicators light up. Nice, Vic. I don't know about the lights lighting up the thing. Oh my god, the interior is fire. It is pretty good. Poggers, I agree. There's a lot of good stuff here. So really cool J-beaming. A lot of effort, and I do appreciate it. There's just a few designs. Something about the rear doesn't quite look right. And the front, the only thing I disagree with is kind of the flat bill out sort of look. Looks a bit weird. Light works, yes? Oh, okay, it just didn't really show up very well, I suppose. Fiberboard makes good-looking interiors. Okay. I would say 8.5 to a 9-ish sort of area. A little bit hard to tell. Pretty cool car. There's a lot to like, but there were mistakes. Like, I believe at such a short wheelbase, that engine choice was a mistake. And yeah, as you said, you've got a better version. So a better version would get a better score. Now, I'm not saying that, no, you can't have the V8 in there. The Ariel Atom did it and all that sort of stuff, and that car was phenomenal for its time and price bracket. Even now, it's probably still really freaking good. It's just that there's a lot of other cars that have copied that concept as well. But most of them have gone with 4 cylinders or V6s of really small engines with turbos. And not a V8 with turbo that's as small as a V6 or a 4-cylinder. Yeah, the new tune is a lot more controllable, controller compatible. I like the front, it looks muscly. A lot of the front does look muscly, if you're looking at it from like this sort of angle. But here, like that angle, it looks very flat, in my opinion. Welcome FW Stance. But that's more of a thing, like I do like it, it's just, I think that's the only thing that I disagree with on the design of the front. Big fan of this car, I do like it a lot as well, which is why I'm giving it such a high score. Let's move on to the next car, which is the 288 knockoff. Also, it was not a fan car. I saw no fans on the back creating extra downforce. That is a lie. So, is it me or does that rear end look worse than last time? I don't know. Lot to like though on the rest of the car. Looks very accurate to an actual 288 GTO sort of thing. I feel as if that first gear is a little bit long. 60 something kilometers an hour? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the gear ratios for this car is. Now, I expect this to be really oversteery. Whoa! Brakes are horrendous! Oh my god. I feel as if you got like an unbalanced brake bias to the front. Oh, that's right. We've still got the steering assist on. Let's go turn that junk off. I was wondering why it didn't oversteer at all. Gameplay. Turn that off. Like straight 9.5 out of 10, the only thing was the sound. I don't know about that. Feel the taillights are a little more large, but it looks great. I also feel as if they stick out maybe a little too much. There we go. Sorry, got yawns coming in. I suppose I didn't sleep very well. Wow, that actually didn't over or understeer at all. I mean, it understeered a little bit, but like in drastic terms, not really. Suspension is way too soft. Like I know that this was meant to be the rally car, but this was made for road use, and that suspension is really, really soft. Unless you actually wanted me to rally this, then we'll maybe give that a try. I think this was made just before, like, Audi released their all-wheel drive version of their Group B car. I feel just both brakes, front and rear, are also overpowered. Happy about the review? I am late for dinner because I'll be watching the stream. Have a good one. Alright, catch you later, Firebird. Canola Skies? Oh yeah, did I not say hello to Canola Skies? Welcome, Canola Skies. Sorry if I didn't say that. That's not the right thing. What do I want? That's not what I want. Vehicle tuning. Is that what I want? I can't remember. What do I want? Do I just want to go straight and reduce the brake power? I think, yeah, let's just do that for now. Let's drastically reduce the front brake power. 288 was never meant for to be a rally car. It was designed to be Group B road racing series. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can't remember. Like, I keep forgetting that Group B was also a road series. I just remember that, like, something about it was, like, it just became obsolete as it released. And a lot of people didn't buy it as well because it just looked like a slightly updated 308, which was, in most people's opinions, a not very amazing car. Like, it wasn't bad, it was just, like, not enough for people that were spending that much money on cars. He's driving the not 288. God damn it! Oh, this thing clutch dumps like crazy. What is BeamNG doing? Alright. Please. Alrighty. Now, where do we start braking? Right about here? Nope! I think we got the rears lock up. The brakes suck, so maybe if I brake from a longer distance with less brake power. It's also like surprisingly not oversteery without being massively understeery most of the time. Okay, bring it down to here. See the braking area, we're gonna brake before that. Okay, that's much better. And it feels pretty good. Except I had too much speed and it was a little too touchy there. I knew I was gonna oversteer if I didn't try to correct it. It feels, funnily enough, like a 70s or 80s sports car. Really raw, really brutal. The brakes? Slide button? What? Oh, it's a button to slide. Fair enough. Oh dear. It's sometimes quite unsatisfying, but that's what you expect from a car that was kinda just pre-aero on road cars. Like literally, the next car I believe was the F50, really? Maybe not exactly, no, sorry, 40. I mean, not exactly the F40, but like something similar. And then the F40 came out. And that started to bring aero to road cars along with the Porsche Vomitron. Ooh. Okay, yeah. If you drive it with respect like you would need to from these older cars, where they're a lot more raw and a lot more brutal, this feels pretty good. To be fair, I don't know what normally mid-engine cars drive like apart from a mid-90s parts bin car. This does good enough. And the other tricky thing about mid-engine cars is they feel like they're going slow, but they're actually going really fast. It's because you have to drive them without going like brutal and raw and vicious with all of the controls in the car. Otherwise the thing will spin, which makes you feel like you're going slow. But if you're driving moderately careful, you're already going really fast around corners, except those brakes suck. Do the pop-ups work? I don't believe there's any J-beam on this, as we don't even have a steering wheel moving. Nope. But I don't expect it to work. What did I just call what? Well, I assume that's what Philman means by Vomitron. Oh, you mean the Porsche 9... Yeah. The thing that looks like a blob. You know, kind of like they took a design and then they put a heat gun to it and it was made of plastic and it just kind of went soft. Well, I assume that's what Phil really means by Vomitron. I just call it the Speedy Boy. Sure, the Ferrari on paper, and that paper was written by Ferrari, was meant to be faster. Looks like a Lancia? Kinda, I see that from the body, but no, this is a kinda knockoff of the 288 GTO. And welcome, Tune for Bargain, to the stream. Also, welcome Cascade Freak if I haven't welcomed you to the stream. And welcome back Pierrot. Is it Poirot or Pierrot? Or Pierrot? I don't know. But yeah. Nice car. Since it's a replica, it's probably a little bit weird to give it a fill score, since this isn't exactly a one. I just kind of want to give this a simplified fill score, because it feels like just a nice car that wouldn't do very well on scores, since it's like old and not the most amazing handling car ever, because you've actually tried to be realistic with it, and I very much appreciate that. Unless you're in the chat right now, it's Logan? Oh, god damn it. Which I don't see you chatting, so I don't think you're in the chat. I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10. It could be better, but so the design, rather nice. You've done a pretty good job of faithfully recreating this sort of thing, Targa top and all. Or is that, yeah, that's Targa or T-top? I think that's Targa top. The rear end looks a little bit jank. Oh, let's actually have a look at the 288 rear. What is different here? So I see what you've tried to do. Putting in a seam line there would work. I also think that this goes further down because there's only a small gap there. The other thing is you probably could have done away with the black trimmer, the like body trim around there. What you could have done instead is tried to get this to be the same color as the taillights. Whether that means you have to make the taillights their own custom color as well, and then match this to it, and then have that all just be one unified color and get rid of this rim. Or just grab some other sort of shape or something like that, so then it looks like you've got a three-dimensional light and not whatever this is. The other thing you could have done, potentially, instead of that, is get rid of everything that's behind the glass area and just keep stretching it three-dimensionally. Just keep on stretching it until you have like a longer light part, and then that light part could go from here all the way back. I also feel that you should have 3D placed it and made it a little bit more flush with the body. As you see here, it does not stick out behind the back end there. I just feel that that's a little bit weird. Also, yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one because you've tried to place fixtures on top of fixtures. And I have a proposition I want to pitch to the BeamNG devs, the automation devs, that would fix this issue in the future, but I doubt that it'll ever happen. But if it does, that'd be great. Phil will never give something a 10, nothing is perfect. I agree. A 10? No. Even if I didn't agree in perfection, there is so much more that could be done here. I don't know how you would fix the handling, but there's probably something you could do. I don't know. Or maybe these cars were just a little bit trash. Oh. See, the reason why is I was giving people 8s all the time, and people got upset that the cars weren't getting better scores for doing better cars. So if I start giving cars 10s all the time, I'm going to get the same issue where people are like, oh, you're just giving everything a 10 all the time. I really don't want to be one of those YouTubers where it just goes, that gets a 10. This thing, oh, it's trash, but I love it, so it gets a 10. Oh, this thing is trash, and I don't love it, but I don't want to upset any fan base or anything like that, or seem insensitive, so it gets a 10. Like, I'm not going to be one of those people, definitely. I have a major over-aversion to that. But yeah, there's a lot to like here. Also, the fact that they've done no J-beaming. I'm not saying that J-beaming is a requirement, but if somebody presented this... if somebody presented this to me, and I give it a 10, and then somebody J-beamed it, I could then only give it a 10. Unless I start going like, funny numbers, 11 out of 10, it's perfect. Like, I'm not one of those sort of people. It's a 9 in your book? I don't know about that. Not quite. So let's have a look at the 288 front. Yeah, I thought so. There is actually a bit of grill mesh here. Unless there's one that I don't see. Because they all have a grill mesh there. Now, I know that this is not meant to be an exact replica. I think it could also do with a little bit of a badge, at least, on the front. And there's only writing on the back, no actual badge on the back. But I do really like it. I just feel that there's improvements. And, yeah, I like it a lot, still. And it is harder to improve if nobody points out problems. Yeah, I also like to give constructive criticism. If I give you a whole bunch of constructive criticism and then still give you a 10... it's gonna become a bit vapid. But yeah, you can say it's a 9. That's entirely fine. You can give it your own Piero score. Pedals are upside down. I hate that. 7 out of 10. No, I'm joking, not that bad. Let's move on to the next one. Hey, okay. All right. What? So the acceleration is okay. It's got good handling. Oh, we've got custom TCS. So hopefully, it's a little bit understeery. Was this the boxer engine? Yeah. Except the boxer engine is really far back. Green? Yeah, I mean, British Racing Green, sure. Why not? Brakes are okay. How are we with brake turn-in? Brake turn-in is fine. Maybe just a smidgen too much to the rear. As with a steering wheel, that'd probably be a lot better turn-in. It has a tendency to understeer. I'm assuming not a race car, so that's fine. Just a good old road car. It's feeling pretty good. I feel that these are in the wrong orientation for my design sensibilities, but that could just be my personal taste. Do you guys not think that that should be rotated 90 degrees and then stretched up to be the same aspect ratio as it is now? So then that way it doesn't curve away along that leading line? Because I feel as if, like, either lead the line that way, so mirror it, or have this speed edge. So that looks like you're trying to vent air out, but you don't really vent air out sideways. I feel as if that edge should probably be down here. So that's why I was saying rotate it that way and then stretch it up. I do like it, but that just seems a little bit odd to me. Sounds like an old Mustang. A little bit. But then again, they probably just chose a cheap engine. Is it not very fast? Oopsie daisies. Ah, oopsie daisies. You agree? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Hey, Groundhog! You finally left Ruben's stream for mine, huh? Alright, let's see how we go under hard braking at a later breakpoint. Brake and turn in is nice! I deliberately decided to do a brake and turn in, and I ended up braking a little too early still, because the car's not as fast as I thought. And then, yeah, had problems with that. I feel the turbo pressure for this engine is a little bit unrealistic for the time period. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, I got it unsettled and wasn't able to bring it back. That was partly my fault also. You could say that that's the car. I don't know, really depends. What sort of tires do we have on this thing? We have sports compound, so not bad. I still do agree with my earlier statement that that should be further inset on the rear tire, on the rear wheel. I've been in here for a while. Oh, okay. Hi, Phil. I'm back from the 4th time. Wow, you guys keep coming and going. I suppose I just didn't notice you, Groundhog. Sorry. I'm scrolling back through the chat. Ah, yeah, I do see it. You're the one that sent the brake slide button. My bad. That's not the thing I want to look at. What I want to look at? Vehicle config. We have a 2.3 liter boxer 4. Okay. What was the other thing? Yeah, Control W. No, Control E. That one. What do we have? 1980. Whoa! They set a custom time frame. 1998 to 2000. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anybody bother to do that. Yeah, that's 1981 to 1981. That's 96 to 96. This one, 81 to 81. Like, I know how to do this. I've just never bothered myself. 84 to 84. This one, 67 to 67. What else? Let's have a look at this weird one. 84 to 84. That means they went in and decided to set that this car was made for 3 years only. That is interesting. They've got no extra description. They didn't go into performance and give all of the details there. The only thing they did was change this number as far as I could tell. 2.3 liter boxer 4 would be a bit low in displacement. Kinda. I have done custom time frames on every one of my solo vehicles. Okay, cool. Sorry, I've not noticed that. I just happened to notice that one here because I was looking for the year. That's, interesting. I doubt that... When did cars start having ESC on road cars? I feel as if that was more of a thing in the mid to latter parts of the 2000s, or the noughties. It's actually really simple to do, by the way. There's like a... I think it's called an info file or something like that in the cars mod, and it's just written in plain text, basically, and you can just edit it. I need to test that. What if you make a car on 1 year and trim in another year? Nope. I don't believe so. I believe they've actually just gone in and edited that themselves. Maybe, actually. Oh, you know what? You're right. Maybe that does do that, but I don't think it does. Drive mode changes the suspension to hard and soft, but I don't know if the slot suspension actually works since it feels the same without it. You know what? Let's take that off. Normal suspension. Oh, it changes the suspension characteristics as well. Oh, sport and normal. Oh, there's only the two options. Okay. That'll add the information in one of my cars a few weeks ago. Cool. The info file also allows you to add factory colors. Yes, it does. It gets really tricky, though, I think, when you're dealing with extra things like liveries and whatnot, because that's not dealt with in that area. But yeah, base colors, super simple. I don't know about how much extra that does. You might be able to, like, add in two-tone stuff, which you can't from base game automation. I don't know. But I don't know how to do that because that one I've never bothered to bother with. I just didn't care. Is it just me or is this music in Initial D? It might be, actually. It's like one of those emotional scenes. ISI was first added to cars in 1995. Yeah, maybe first added, but like, when did it become prevalent? And what car was that? Welcome, Mr. Speed and Power. How's it going, bro? Oops, I braked way too late just then. Oh, the car pulled up, though. Really well. I don't have a credit card, so I don't have BeamNG in automation. Fair enough. Not everyone can afford these things. What you could do, potentially, is hook PayPal up to your bank account if you have a bank account. What you can also do is prepaid cards, and I think get prepaid cards as well. But it all comes down to what you're comfortable with and what your financial status is as well. I think I could have afforded both games, but I didn't want BeamNG for the longest time because I didn't really care about it, because it seemed like it was overpriced. And I wanted automation because it had a campaign mode, and I love tycoon games. So when I first started playing this game, I got it for its like sandbox and tycoon modes, and didn't care about BeamNG. And then I saw a whole bunch of YouTubers play it, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I will buy it. And I bought it, and goddamn, I love it. Don't really love BeamNG, but I love being able to drive my cars that I made. Also, the brake light is, and indicators aren't pink and yellow. Huh? Steam voucher? Yeah, you could also buy Steam vouchers, I suppose. I completely forgot about that. But I probably wouldn't buy vouchers. Vouchers are kind of shitty in the way that, if you have leftover money, you can't get that money back. The only thing you can do is spend it on cheap and nasty stuff that you probably don't even care about. Spend it on, what is it? Oh, frick, I've forgotten the name already. Counter-Strike. Skins. Wow, my brain really struggled to get there in the end. It seems to drive smoothly. Yeah, even without the, control, the ESC on, it still drives rather nice. Now that I'm getting used to the turn-in and the speed, getting confidence in the brakes and everything, it's actually pretty decent. Really smooth operator. It was two manufacturers, Toyota with the Crown Majesta and the Mercedes-Benz and the CL Class. Okay, so that's probably more of a safety thing than a handling thing. When you export an automation car, the brake lights and indicators are default pink and yellow. Maybe for you, but not for me. And welcome, Mr. Cheese, if I've not said welcome to you yet. Oh, welcome back, I think? I think you were here at the beginning, weren't you? A lot of my Steam purchases were made before I had my own credit card. I used the excess Steam funds from my previously used vouchers to help discount one of my games. There is also that, but there's also a time limit on it. So this fixed area where you're like, well, now my money can only go here, it's also fixed and you cannot buy other things. Actually, I was incorrect. There were other manufacturers before that. Oh, okay then. I think that was Terraria? Oh, the game. Okay. Let's go ahead, see what we've got for information on this car. This one. Here we go. 1998. Giorgio. My name is Giorgio. Ciccolo 300 SS. Okay, this is an Italian mid-engine sports car manufactured by Giorgio. The 300 SS is a limited trim that made to promote their race series and were aimed towards sports cars and racing clubs. Okay, fair enough. At $79,500, that's actually quite a cheap supercar. So I probably wouldn't call it a supercar. I just call it like a really high-end or low-end, high-end sports car or low-end supercar. But like really low-end. That's the 2012 price, hopefully. Price according to automation. Yes, good. And it's only a ton. 1998? I feel like it would be heavier than that, but I don't know. My name is Giovanni Giorgio, but everybody calls me Giorgio. Styling. A bit basic. Nothing really to complain too much about. What do we got back here? Yeah, I don't know about the cross. That feels very emo generation sort of label. It just doesn't work for me. It's not doing it for me, bruv. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Diffuser is okay, I suppose. This on the side, sure, you're gonna have like, because you've got it so close to the wheel well, that air is gonna go in and immediately have to basically right angle turn to get around the tires. That's not gonna be a very efficient placement. That is sometimes put there by cars like the Supra as just a visual thing, sometimes for brake cooling, but usually it's not utilized very much. There's not a lot of air to come out the back here. All of your air, because you got a diffuser, has to come out of here. Or you don't have an under tray. You do have an under tray, but it seems also partial. But it looks like you've gone for like a fully clad... Oh no. Hold on, I think I have to blow my nose. Okay, so the thing about fully clad under trays is you want to generally divide the air at the front and then have it run underneath the car, and anything going through the front will generally want to vent upwards or outwards, not underneath like this, because then you're defeating a lot of the purpose of the front, of the under tray by pushing air underneath the car. How to make your car fly? Yeah, this is going to hurt your front downforce. Maybe not a huge amount since the grill is not very big, but you are causing quite a bit of issues there. You're going to lose a lot of downforce as well, because your downforce starts at your front lip. And then when it gets to here, it's going to create a low pressure area and suck air through. Unless this is a flat underbody, which I doubt. You generally don't want that. Next thing is, let's have a look at like a mid-90s Ferrari or something like that. 1995 Ferrari. What do we got here? This sort of thing. How flat is that? You know what? That does look quite flat on the front. There's no bumper or anything. Very simplistic sort of design. I don't know. I feel that doesn't really 100% work. It's a little... I mean, this has at least accent lines. And like a little bit of lines around here, around the bottom edges, which was quite common back in the day. This has a lip. It's a bit basic. I just don't... You know what it is? I think this here doesn't look good. You probably could have just done away with that and moved this light a little bit further out and maybe widen out the vent if you needed to on the front. But as it stands, that's not great. Nice angle for a photo you did, Phil. What? I'm confuzzled. Air on these, because they weren't fully underclad, usually came out underneath, and that would hurt performance. When it comes to the F50, they would have the air come out of the top of the hood. Looks like they've got air in, and that seems fairly tight sealed around the windshield, so you're not really getting any out there. So, you might be correct that they push the air out underneath the car, but that seems counterintuitive to having a flat under tray. Oh, it's raining IRL here, rain. Oh, you like rain? Alright. I can't stand by your choice to move the air underneath like that. It's not doing it for me. The rest of the design, though, looks fairly good. Hopefully you've not given this thing like a race under tray, because that is not a race under tray. I do like the rest of this, though. Wind mirror looks fine. Interior looks pretty good. I do like your choice of adding this in here, except for the fact that it's got a little bit of wonk on the edge. But from the outside, you don't really see it, so that's fine. Interior, the seats look good. You've got a normal seat. Yeah, you've got a normal seat and then put the quilted leather over top. Nice. And it's correct side drive. Yay! Nice! Let's go ahead, start giving this thing a fill score. So, styling. I don't like the badge, but if I just put my thumb over that, the rest of this looks fairly decent. Let's compare it once again to this, because it's like the closest thing. 355. Ferrari rear. F355. Alright. How much air out do we have here? No air out at all, except for a little bit here. So this thing has, as you can see here, no diffuser and completely no under tray whatsoever. Under trays didn't really become a thing, really, until like the latter parts of the noughties. Partly because it was seen as superfluous. A lot of extra expense at the cost of repairability and all that sort of stuff. But then when it was, oh, here you go, you can see a little bit of diffuser here, and then the exhaust over top to help that out as well. Oh, my voice is cracking. It was a thought pattern that people wanted to buy cars that were repairable and whatnot. But people got so wrapped up in numbers that now people do not even slightly consider repair costs, except for in cars like Teslas, but most people still don't. And then when they get a repair bill for a slight ding on their quarter panel and it's like $40,000, they lose their shit. Don't buy a Tesla at the moment. Wait for them to go through a few more generations, then go ahead and buy a Tesla. Currently, Tesla saw what some companies did, which was realized that selling the car was only a part of the profit. The rest of the profit came in the after-sales repairability, but they only went into it half-hearted. Tesla, on the other hand, makes phenomenal cars, but went full, whole hog on after-sales being their biggest income of all. They screw their customers so hard, but do not give a shit. I love Tesla, hate the company. I love Tesla cars, hate the companies. Gotta go, FW Stance? Alright, catch you later. The reason I'm watching your video, I'm assuming you mean stream, is because I like making my own things, but I don't have the thing to do it, and you're entertaining. Ah, thank you very much. So, yeah, at this point in time, up to the time in which you released your car, would have been no under tray, really. A 35 Ferrari. And this was made until 1999. So even this would have been in your time period. If this was actually meant to be a race car, you would probably have ventilation on the hood to flow over the radiator. Currently, you don't have a whole lot of flow over radiator sort of area, except for in here, but that exit out's underneath. For a road car, you would probably have a vent on the hood. Let's actually have a look. Is there a 355 Ferrari race car? I was wrong. They got canards on the side to flow air. I think they've actually blocked that off entirely. Do we have a rear picture? I think they might actually be focusing a lot more cooling from the rear end. Kind of. I'm still seeing no race diffuser, so this thing isn't hardcore enough, even as a race car, to have a rear diffuser. Here's a... I'm assuming this is more like a Bozozoku than an actual race car. Still not seeing anything there. So yeah, they're doing a lot of venting underneath, which is really not conducive to, yeah, here you go. You can see the transmission under there, which means that not a thing. Also, if you're going for like a full race diffuser, you don't want to go a boxer engine. And if you don't know why, it's because on V-type engines or inline engines, there's a lot of space on the side. With a flat engine, it's the widest you can actually be, which means that any sort of like a ducting that lifts up for the Venturi effect is gonna be like interrupted by suspension and engine and here turbos, but you would probably move the turbo somewhere else, sort of thing. I agree with you there, Phil. Tesla have awful company culture. If I had to get a lowish price EV, I'd probably get something like the Kona. I don't know what the Kona is, but what I would get is the little Spark electric car, like the small one made by GM. I don't like GM, but I think they did a really good job of making a really quite low price electric car, and I think the fact that it was passed over was a really poor marketing decision and just poor marketing. Most people didn't know it existed, and the people that did know it existed were the sort of people who are into cars and hated it because it was a small, gutless electric car. So yeah, I think that they were very silly. But then again, GM makes a lot of questionable choices that always generally tend to end up badly for them. Hyundai Kona? I'm guessing that's an SUV, so I'm going to immediately hate it. Yeah. Immediately don't like it initially. I don't like the weird upper headlight being way too small. And that, like, leading line away from it. The leading lines don't match. And then there's this line here, which matches no other lines either. And then the side of the car is way over-designed. They're like, it's boring, let's add more. It's still boring, let's add more. It's still boring, let's add more. And then they've ended up with just like... You know what it looks like? One of those dogs that has, like, wrinkles upon wrinkles upon wrinkles on their face. Let's Google that. Wrinkly dog. Yeah. Like, the back of that dog, that's what that's kind of reminding me of. Like, the fat folds just kind of going around the body shape. Overall, I'd give the design, like, a 6.5. It's not ugly, it's just very not appealing. If that makes sense. SUV unicorn. I know it's not a small car, it's big, so it's an SUV. Honestly, quite like the weird styling. Alright, fair enough. Shih Tzu, Pug, etc. No, not Shih Tzus or Pugs, specifically this breed. Shar-Pei, is that what it is? But yeah. God, I want one of these dogs. They look so cute and adorable. I know they're also ugly, but they're also... They look like they would be a fun... Love the Photoshop. That is the worst Photoshop I think I've ever... Actually, you know what? It's not the worst Photoshop. But it is pretty darn bad. Like, they've got fake walls in the background that they couldn't make look right, so they make it look blurred. The dog... And the water just, like, kind of going off this, like, straight, flat angle. Like, what is that? What the hell? Alright, now I don't want that dog. Okay, let's get off of that before I vomit. I mean, probably not vomit, but... Ugh, have a bad time. Let's go into the score. Did I start on that? Styling. 6. I think there's a lot of miss... You know what, let's give it a 7. No, a 6. Acceleration. Feels pretty good. We'll give that a 7. It's not a supercar. Handling. 8. Fun factor. 8. Cool factor. I mean, it's still a mid-engine, but it's not going to be like wow factor like kids are going to be wowing at it. Especially in British Racing Green. A lot of people aren't really going to get that. Also, that number plate is kind of in the wrong place. That's like way too high. It is very basic design. So it's not like out there, but kids will be mostly drawn to it because the shape is like a mid-engine shape, and because it's less common and it looks like a sports car, kids will wow at it and they will see the wing. But a lot of car people are mostly going to like it. They're going to know that it's got some weird characteristics to it as well. So we'll give that a 7. It's no Bugatti Chiron. Like, I don't think that's the pinnacle of cool. I just think that that's a car which a lot of people would agree is at like the top ends of what cool can be as a general consensus. Trackability, 10. Features. I mean, it's late 90s, so it's probably going to have AC. It might have cruise control and a radio. Like, that's pretty much all you have in the days. So, they reckon they've got a screen in there. I somehow kind of doubt that. I reckon it's got electric mirrors, I suppose. Yeah, that's a thing. Does it have electric seats? I mean, I don't think so. Having electric seats would be counterintuitive to the 1-ton weight, so I'm going to say no. Let's give it like a 4. It's nowhere near like the interconnected beasts that we have today. Comfort. I wonder if cars, they use cars to data mine you and sell it to marketing companies. I bet you Tesla does. Comfort, I mean, it's mid-engine. Suspension looked... Ah, whoa, what just happened? What? What's going on? What are you doing? What's happening? Oh, I had my controller pressed up against the keyboard. That was my bad. What am I doing? Comfort. Seats look okay, but it is a low-slung sports car. Getting in and out is fairly uncomfortable. Looks like you've got okay leg and... okay knee room. Maybe not leg room. Those pedals maybe need to go a bit further out. I don't know, we'll give it a 7 for now. No, we'll give it a 6, because there's no back seats either. So, like, you can't really chuck stuff in the back. Quality. Being Italian, probably not great. Probably low production run, not great again. Boxes, not the most ironclad engines ever. We'll give that probably a 5. Practicality, give that a 3. 2. Value. It's a lot of money, but you are getting a track day car, but track day cars aren't really the most usable sort of cars. I'm assuming the resale on them stays quite high as well. So we're going to go like a 4 on that one. Because you also, like, that sort of money, you're starting to get into like big Mercedes sort of vehicle size. Ongoing costs. Not going to be great, but it is still only a 4-cylinder. But Italian and low production run. So, going to give that a a 6, maybe. Because the fuel is going to be fairly good. What are the tire sizes, at least? Yeah, the tire sizes are not ginormous, which is even more impressive than the fact that they're able to get that handling out of that narrow of a tire. J-beam editing. I don't think there was any. Yeah, I don't see anything. So none on that. Would I buy it? Depends. If the price was right, then yes. But it probably would never be, so we'll put it at a 6. It would be like the back of my mind, if I ever get lucky, maybe. The je ne sais quoi factor. Whenever somebody says low-slung sports car, I immediately think of Jeremy Clarkson burring the Botswana... Oh, sorry. I'm so dyslexic. During the Botswana special river crossing. Yes. Alright. I do get that. When, like, the car was flooding, it was like, I'm in a low-slung sports car. This is a bad idea. Je ne sais quoi. I feel a little bit. That handling is really good for those tires. We'll give it a little bit. I feel a lot of it is already justified in the rest of the score. The realism and commonality. We're going to go right in the middle. Because I think the price is too high for a boxer, 4-cylinder boxer sports car. Because the BRZs and all that sort of stuff are considerably cheaper. Well, were considerably cheaper. So you've got a score of 87, which is rather good. Especially for a car that's older as well. Let's go ahead and pick the next car. Hey, we have the weirdo car. Let's take that. I call it weirdo. What I mean is, a concept car. I'll be back in a minute. Relax now. I've got a wet bottom. We're through. I don't remember him saying that, but okay. The problem with taking a low-slung sports car through a river crossing is twofold in problems. One, you're going to be in the water more, and two, getting out of it if you're not the most agile person. If there's anything that goes wrong. And being in a car that's sinking is really dangerous at the best of times. So low slung, not great. Alright. So, we have this concept car. And we're not going to give it a full score because it's not a road car. When I hear, oh shoot, he's back. Huh? I'm confused, I don't know what you mean. No one to trade, that's right, we've got the transversely mounted boxer engine, which is the weirdest thing in the world. Looking pretty weird and swanky. So, interior camera, that works. Oh! It's colored. I can hear the handbrake, but I don't see the handbrake. Moving! My god! Camera speed was way too high just then. Okay. For a second there I was like, that doesn't look like a digital dash. What he's actually done is put in a half semicircle sort of thing, and it rotates entirely around, which is why it only goes halfway around and doesn't go more than halfway. Ah, smart thinking there. You do that without having to, like, go to the extra effort, which makes sense. That's cool, though. I love it. That is fantastic. Woo! Okay. I mean, it seems to handle like a concept car. I'm guessing it also is actually a concept car. God, I just can't stop looking at that gauge cluster. That is so cool. Oh, that's I was about to say, what's this little red thing that pops out here? And that's probably the suspension strut. And now I can't get it to pop up again. There you go, now you see it. Suspension is really soft and squishy too. Is that's probably kilometers an hour. Because I doubt we're going 120 miles per hour. Yo, this thing is awesome. I love it. It is so cool in here. Yeah, it would have been kilometers an hour. Okay. Let's see how this thing handles trying to control it from third person. It feels twitchy, like it's going to oversteer, but it also somehow doesn't feel tight enough to steer enough. Wow, it's not very fast, but the tires and braking suck. But I suppose that's to be expected from a car that's pre-downforce and aero. I hope this thing has massive amounts of aerodynamic drag. I really don't want to know how it would look like if it's gonna be in production. Sometimes they release concept cars to the public. Like the Mura. Like, they, in one go, made the concept and released it, basically. So it does happen sometimes. Like the first time they showed it off, it was just a rolling chassis with an engine in there. I like this. It's really well done. At least in its looks. Yeah, I agree. This thing looks really cool. What I would have loved if is somehow they managed to get this body line to keep going up so it actually looked like a wedge, which is something that a few car companies back in the day actually did. Ah! Damn it. Like making a full custom roof and everything, I feel as if they might have been able to do that to the back as well. Hey, Ruben! You've stopped poaching my viewers over on your stream. And promoting your stream on my stream. Oh, sorry, on my Discord. Whilst I was promoting mine. That's pretty harsh blood, bro. I considered actually going over to your Discord and then promoting mine. And doing a ping at everyone. Really? It showed up. I deleted it and everything. I was like, nah, that's not happening here. Unless somebody else promoted it. The brakes suck. Some of the wheels lock up, but yet it still feels like it's not actually braking. Do we have an unbalanced brake problem? Is that what it is? I suppose we'll find at the next corner. You did this to Gasket and he got annoyed a little because of that. Because of what? By the way, I'm not poo-pooing you. What I'm also kind of doing is bringing to light the fact that you are streaming and people should know that you stream. So yeah, I think it just locks up the front tires more than anything else. I think these were drum brakes, right? All around? No, there are discs on there. All right, let's go have a look. Single piston solid disc. Okay. And then I think single piston solid disc. But because the engine is in the rear and quite rearward, I think we are going to Control W, reduce the front brake force, I think. Oh, this has made it, I forgot, with old automation, which means that we don't have brake adjustment. Oh dear, they should have watched my video on brake tuning then. Hopefully that would have helped them out with this. I was building an inline 4 truck and modded the sound, now making an inline 5 supercar. Can you really have an inline 5 supercar? Would that not, like, be outside of the parameters of calling it a supercar almost. Like, I am hesitant, but won't say completely no, to calling a V6 car a supercar. So, like your old Maserati that did it, a few Ferraris did it under the Dino branding, and the Ford GT from 2016 did it as well. I would call all of them supercars. I don't know about the Ferraris, but probably. And maybe even the 300 SL or SLRs or whatever from Mercedes. Oh dear! But Inline 5 is pushing it even further. Because an Inline 5 is usually something that's used out of necessity for engine bay sizes. Like, I want to fit a bigger engine in here, but I can't fit an Inline 6. So my only other real option is a 5-cylinder. Welcome, SJR. How's it going? Welcome from Ruben Stream. Welcome. I said welcome to the stream. Anyway, Jaguar XJ220. Yes, I'd also call that a supercar. One of my favorites of all time as well. Out of supercars, probably my favorite supercar of all time is the Jaguar XJ220. Even if the looks have kind of dated, I think it still looks quite special. Maybe if it's powerful enough? Yeah, I know, but I'd still struggle to call a 5-cylinder a supercar. Any engine can be in a supercar, it's more the class of power, to be honest. In modern days, yes, but there were a lot of cars that had the power of supercars in cars that handled well, but were smaller engines, and people didn't call them supercars. Like, people struggle to call, what are they called? Oh, Lotuses supercars. Now, I know that they're, like, top speeds and whatnot aren't extreme, but a lot of people do call it that. Does the adaptive suspension really work? It didn't previously, and I don't believe it does still. Yeah, there's an inline 3 in that new... Oh, I suppose, yeah, there's also the Koenigsegg. That one's a little bit special, though, because it's pushing the boundaries of many different things, but I do get your point. But it's also, what, a hybrid, I believe? I am way too back in time. Potentially. I don't know, Thomas. I do like this car, though. This car is really cool. But the front brake force is really, really stiff. And I wish you had watched my video on brake tuning. Because I would love this car to be just that next level good. Currently, I'm really enjoying it, though. There's only a few little things that I disagree with. Alright, did bad on the brakes. For one, I feel that you might have been able to somehow make the roof more rounded. Though that would have taken maybe more fixtures or using a different fixture, I'm not sure. I don't know how that would work, but potentially could have done that. Though not bad, really. I could tell that what you were hoping here is this would be a vent, but this fixture doesn't work like that. I pressed the wrong button? No, I did press the right button. But I also pressed the wrong button. I would have put in some sort of like gap in here. Gap filler in there, like Patchwork does. The other thing is I feel as if this checkerboard sort of hexagonal honeycomb, that's what it is. Honeycomb design wouldn't have been crossing the flow like this. It would have been more of like an angle maybe. But that would have taken a lot more fixtures. A lot more, and a lot more time as well, because you'd be working things in many different dimensions as well. Do still like it a lot, though. Phil, I don't like production cars with more than 1,500 horsepower, to be honest. Do you? I've never driven one with anywhere near that amount of power. I think the most powerful car I've ever driven was... Oh, I drove an R34 once. Rear-wheel drive, so I think it was like the GTT or something like that. I can't remember. But, yeah, that one. What are they, like, nearly 300 horsepower because they were underscoring their amount of power or something like that? I think that's it. That was a really freaking long time ago. Went back for the third time. Has Phil tested the poor man's Tatra? Not yet. Preston plays games. I do recognize the name Preston, and I think I remember the whole name. So, yes, I believe I do remember you. Let's give this thing a bit of a score, though. So I've said that I really like the design, but I feel that there were improvements. I do like the idea of the split windshield wipers like that. I think that's a cool design. I do like that a lot. The idea there is what it's meant to do is get all the way up into the corners of visions, and that's why some cars used to do that as like their concept sort of thing. Aside from that, your brake tuning was poor. For back in the day, this thing wouldn't have had... What are these? Sports compound? Oops. Yeah, they wouldn't have had a sports compound. They would have been just a medium compound. And what year was this? 1978. You know what, actually, they might have had a sports compound. Maybe. Nice car, Phil. I think this is a pretty cool car. The guy that made it, well done. Mwah. I'm really liking this. I'm thinking... a 9.5. That dash cluster, if you guys haven't seen this dash cluster, what happened? BeamNG does this sometimes. Why is it doing it now? There we go, okay. So you got steering wheel, but also look at that gauge cluster. And I know how they did it, and it's a very smart workaround for having to create digital gauge jank from BeamNG's like way of doing things. Isn't that just really freaking cool? I think that is so awesome. I really like that. That is top tier. I'm thinking maybe even 9.7. Like, this is getting pretty darn good. You just don't have, like, everything. You don't have opening doors. They're not gull wings by the looks of it, all that sort of stuff. So you've done really good. But I don't want to make you feel as if you're done. You could take this car to the next level. Crash it? Alright, you know what? Yeah, we'll give it one crash. Also, the choice of having a transversely mounted boxer engine. Something about that just seems wrong. Like, I don't think I've seen that anywhere in real life. Could have existed, but I don't know it. Okay, that is 70 safety. Love it. You wish you knew how to do that, honestly? I have a video on how to do gauges and dials and stuff. You can go look that one up. Let me reveal, or pull back the curtain a little bit is what I meant to say there. So that red thing is actually just a semicircle. So you can see it goes all the way around here, and all it does is much like a gauge dial, just move it around. The only thing is it's a much bigger dial. In fact, it's actually a semicircle. So you watch my video on that, and you should be able to create anything custom just like this. It just takes a little bit more creativity to think of interesting ways to do things. And this person thought of a really interesting way. Unless this is ripped from a real car, in which then... Good finding, such a weird thing. I wish I had ever seen it before, because that is really cool. Really well done. I saw it and immediately knew how they were doing it. Yeah, I assumed I knew how they were doing it. I didn't see any of the things moving immediately because when I was showing the car off initially, it was turned off. So none of the things were up. I just assumed that it had dials in there. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, wow, I know how they did that, and that's cool. It was real, huh? Okay. Transverse boxes is pretty much dumb idea. You choose boxer for low center of gravity and then put it higher because you have to fit drive shaft underneath. Maybe, yeah. I get that. You could potentially run the drive shaft over top, maybe, and run the engine even lower. What actually, you know what? There is an advantage to running the engine like this. If you were, I mean, this wouldn't because they didn't know that much at the time. Oh, I suppose they did. It just started to happen. But they could use ground effect then, because there's lots of space around the engine. And actually, have a look at that. The drive shaft is not going under the crankshaft, it's going under one of the things. Under the cylinder blocks. I was about to say it's over top, but that's because I just couldn't see it. Alright, anyway. Really do love this car. Really well done. I was impressed, and I don't get impressed that easily by J-beaming. Yeah, they thought creatively. I like it a lot. Next car is the Pingu Eagle. I recognize the Pingu name. I've seen that many a times by now. What was this, a V8, I believe? Yes, a V8 in a very short wheelbase old car. What year is this? Control E? 1984. This is 1984? Now, I know in Britain, sometimes car companies kept designs going for way longer than what they should have. Like the Mini ran until the 2000s, I believe, and the MG ran until, I believe, the early 90s or late 80s or something, and then it had one last little resurgence with an updated face look sort of thing with a V8 in it. So I can't really say that that's not a thing, but it doesn't look right. Here we go. The Pingu by Ringu. Yes, Ringu. Thank you for the car, Ringu. The what car? Huh? Ringu's car, British Airways. What? Oh no, the white chrome glitch. Oh, is that a thing? I suppose I've never really paid attention to that. Yeah, there it's actually working for them. Maybe these are pictures taken in BeamNG. Originally created as a joke using the new, at the time, Beam body, and it quickly became a car that I and several others showed it to very much liked how it looks. Now I've finally given it an interior and decided to post it. Created by Pingu in the early 50s by Eagle, was very unnatural body style, never seen before at the time. While the Eagle lacked in popularity at the time, it was created as the origin of the body style used by many small sports cars in the latter part of the century, and also becoming a highly valued collector's car. Built with a combination of Japanese parts and imported American engine, the Eagle created 180 horsepower and was only 180 horsepower. Wow! From a 4.2 liter V8, that's pathetic. When was it created? What year is this car? 1956. Wait. 1984. Okay. Fair enough. I will give them that this is a 1950s car. Maybe they had to select that year to get the weight down, maybe? I don't know. Oh, this must be like the Volkswagen Beetle and the Nissan Figaro. Nissan Figaro was just out of its, like, too early for its time. Is that what it is? Yeah. If it had to come out like 5-10 years later, it would have done gangbusters. If it had to come out now even, which I think they should release it because they're going used for $35,000, which is like the price of a new car, I think they would still do gangbusters. I don't know why Nissan is so averse to making money. The Beam body is from 1984. Ah, okay then. Need that year for the body. Fair enough. So they needed to select that year to get the body. Okay, cool. Wow, this thing lunges heavily under thing. That's right, yes, good. It does have solid axles. If this was really cheap budget sort of car, it might even have leaf springs if they're going that cheap. Oh my god, it's gutless. Is it automatic? Wow. That's long gearing. Is this a 3-speed? Oh god. I was watching the speed more than anything else. It is really struggling. I feel like... Oh, okay, yeah, your gearing is really long. 78 kilometers an hour in first gear makes this thing feel numb and slow. How many gears do we have? Okay, we just have 3 speeds. Okay. Yeah. I feel like it would have been 2 speeds and a cruiser overdrive sort of speed. So what you would do is make the gearing long and then shorten down the first 2 gears. This also would have been cross splice. I hope you've got cross splice on here. Go first person. Okay, in a second. Well, C7 Corvette uses leaf springs. Yeah, but they use it a little bit differently. Not every car has a first-person camera. Yep, no first-person camera in this one, unfortunately. That first-person camera thing, Preston, is a thing that person modified into their car. Yeah, it's fair enough. Not every car has it. Also, driving first-person with a controller is pretty darn tricky. So, I don't often do it anyway. And also, you can't really look at the car. So, I like to do it this way. I'm just not a big fan of the design of the car, if I'm going to be honest. Like, it looks kind of cool, but it's like the Alpine A110. It just doesn't do it for me. But it does it for a lot of other people, so good on you. That handled fairly nicely, though we're not going exceptionally fast. I feel that this thing doesn't have nearly enough lift on the front. Are the brakes unbalanced? Let's do a little bit of a test here. At least crash it then? I did. Already crashed it. Let's get it up to like 100-ish. Alright, and... yeah, alright. Maybe it is kind of tuned, but it locks up just a little too easily on the rear. Doesn't like to turn in very well. Likes to drift nicely for being a 2-meter wheelbase. Crash it harder? Wow. I think you might be a bit of a fetishist. Ah! There you go, crashed it harder. Why don't you crash it, Preston? I mean, yeah, they are available on the repository. Sorry, on the Reddit. Wow, that suspension is really wallowy. Oh my god. I think it's still moving from the last time it moved. Still wallowing? Yeah. Let's go ahead, give it a full fill score, I'm assuming you want. Is there a price on here? Wow. Oh, okay. $52,900. I was about to say $5,000? That doesn't seem right. Styling. I don't know. I'm going to have to open this up to everyone else. Now, compare this to, like, your most favorite dream car, whether it be a sports car, like a MR2 from the 90s or 80s, or a Ferrari LaFerrari or Bugatti Chiron. Give me, like, that compared to those cars, but then a little bit tinted by the fact that it is an older car. Because I personally would give this styling like a 4 out of 10. I'm not happy with it. It does not do it for me. It looks like spider eyes on the rear, and on the front it looks a little bit spider eye-y as well. I'm not a big fan. Now you can keep spam chatting. It's fine. Whatever. I don't care. You don't need Reddit to view the post? Yeah. Waterbed suspension? A little bit? Yeah, that's about right. What do people reckon? A 6? Okay. Anybody else? It looks like 90s retro design. Yeah, it kind of does look a little bit like a harken back design, but I think what you're saying there is it's harkening back to this design. So, a 5? A 5. Okay. I think this is like one of those sorts of things where it's very divisive. You either love it or you don't. Not keen in the design of it, give it a 5? You'd say a 5? Okay. This will come back in probably like the, whatchamacallit thing, the je ne sais quoi factor, as it is actually rather special. It's just not appealing to me. So we'll go with a 5 for now. It's the bean style that throws me off. You know, you're right, it does actually look a little bit odd, because usually they're a little bit more like, squished upwards? I don't know. Or we'll give it a 6, but I don't think it fits the era, so 3 out of 4. I don't know, maybe. Better than average, but not something I would say will sway me to get it. Yeah, I wouldn't buy it on its styling, at least. Acceleration, pretty darn slow. We'll give that, like, a 3. It's not a truck, so it's not that slow, like a slow truck, that is. Handling, it's fairly okay. We'll give that a 7. Its fun factor is a 6 because it feels so goddamn slow. You know what, a 5. Cool factor. It's going to get a lot of attention wherever it goes. Like, a lot of attention. Because it's probably a car that didn't sell very well. So even if people don't like it, they're going to be like, wow, you kept this thing looking really good, all that sort of stuff. Like, you must like this car. Some people may even ask, oh, yeah, tell me about it, all that sort of stuff. So we're going to go with a 7. It's going to draw a lot of attention. Trackability. 3. Kind of like design, it's like TVR-ish. Okay. You think it's a little bit more? English in the chat only, please. Try to yeet your car, but not crash. Okay. Features. I'm assuming the feature is going to be radio, and that's it? Yes. A radio, and that's it. 1. Comfort. I mean, it's very wallowy. It might be wallowy to the point where it becomes uncomfortable, because that was a lot of wallow. I'm assuming on some roads, that's going to become a problem. With a solid axle and all that sort of stuff, it's not particularly going to be phenomenal. Oh, sorry. I mean, you look like you've got okay space in here. Little bit tight for the legs. We'll get that maybe, you know what, 50s, hold on. Oh, good, you didn't put in headrests. So, that is a comfort issue in my mind. I just noticed that this is all poking through. Oh well, close enough. Damn it. Comfort. 3. Quality. It's really old. Do we have a year on this? Sorry, not year, country. Built with a combination of Japanese parts with imported American engine, and Eagle creates 100... I'm assuming Japanese then, so the quality will be okay. Old American engines, quite robust, but you do have to keep I was going to say twerking on them. There's going to be a difference between working and tweaking. Oh my god. Okay, you're going to have to twerk on the engine a lot. 1 out of 10 now. Quality. So it's probably going to be like a 4. Like, it's that old school quality, but it's also in the degrading period, like well beyond its degrading period of lifetime, where you're in like the maintenance, you're falling to bits sort of lifestyle. Practicality. Got 2 seats, but a little bit of extra room, so we'll give it a 3. Value. I'm assuming these things have a fairly high resale, but probably not the highest. So we're going to go 5 on that, because I can't really say what the value is in today's standards. Ongoing costs. I'm going to say it's not great. Especially being a V8, it's also going to be probably a bit of a guzzler. We'll go with a 3 on that one. You're not going to need to repair it too often, but your oil usage on the older engines, your petrol usage is going to be fairly high. You're probably going to be doing burnout sometimes, so that'll wear out your tires, all that sort of stuff. The fill twerking on the engine. Twerk on the engine to make it happy enough to start. Well, you do turn it on. Hey! Hey, twerk on the car, twerk on the car. Okay. Parts for the old Japanese cars are very hard to get. True, especially on low production runs. J-beam editing. I don't think there was any. Would I buy it? No. The je ne sais quoi factor. You know, if it was cheap. But I doubt it would be. The je ne sais quoi factor is fairly high. We'll give that like a 6, I think. And then the realism and commonality. I don't know about a Japanese company using a V8. I feel that they do prefer smaller engines that are a little bit more efficient, but still give a decent amount of power. So what are like the most powerful ones, I think, use the, basically, the Mercedes Inline 6 from back in the day. I think that was for the 2000 GT or something. I can't really remember. But yeah, so... You know, like a 6? Because there were small sports cars back in the day. Like Honda did a few things and whatnot. Parts for all Japanese cars are very hard to... they got everything? What I'm saying is back then in Roadsters, I don't think they really would have used V8s. Because I'm pretty sure that even the Honda S600, which is like their first, I think, I can't really remember, my memory's not great. I think that was just a little 4-cylinder or something like that. Like a motorbike engine almost. Japanese sports cars of the 50s had less than 1-liter engines. Generally, yes. Some of them were even going for the K car categorization, which didn't make a lot of sense back then, because you either had money to buy a good car or you didn't. But yeah, so a 62, which is not bad for a really, really old car. What was the price of it? What was it again? Yeah, not particularly cheap either. Post-war Japan? Ugh, this one would not have sold well. Anyway, doing the wrong things here. Next car is... I want to take this to the Nürburgring. Actually, we'll turn that one off. Turn that one on. Oh, is that it? Huh. Alright, we'll take it for a bit of a drive around here. I don't know why. I think it's just because, I'm pretty sure it was GP Laps that did a video with this car, and it's the only time I'd ever seen it before. K-car was reduced in the late 40s so people could afford cars. Yeah, but then they wouldn't have had people that couldn't afford cars buying sports cars in the cheaper range. Like, that just wasn't very a common thing. What do we got? Here we go. I need to scratch my back again. Where'd I put that thing? There we go. Using calipers to scratch my back. Ugh. Alright, it's 2:30 a.m. I really need some sleep. Night, Phil. Okay, catch you later. E-Dragon, thank you, bro, for hanging out. Oh, let's slow off the line. Ah! I was paying too much attention to the speed. The perfect curves. 90, 60, 90. 90 kilometers, 80 pulse, 90-degree drift angle. Huh. That is a very strange advert that I've never heard before. What is 60 pulse? Okay, once we get going though, it's not that slow. Now, this car, to have been sold well, it probably would not have much oversteer. I'm hoping that this car is tuned well. Okay, 140 would have been considered fairly high speed in the day, and that felt fairly stable. No, that's not stable. Do we have a year for this? Control W. What do we... No, Control E. 1957. So, hopefully, this is cross-plies. Because radials would not have become a common thing, especially in communist countries, until the later part of the 60s. Even on, like, big luxury this. Well, the Tatra 603 had tons of oversteer. Oh, did it? Oh, okay. Ah, that's disappointing. I thought it was meant to be like a luxury sort of car. Oh dear. There we go. Ah, oh my goodness, yawning. Why am I yawning now? Oh dear. Brakes kind of lock up unevenly, but not too bad. This is really slow and really lumbering along. And really slow. Oh my god, okay, that was a BeamNG issue, not a car issue. BeamNG doesn't know how to deal with lockups. The game is not finished yet, by a long shot. But at least they're doing superfluous things like releasing new cars, which they really don't need to do. Is there a first person? Probably not. Nah. What is that line? Oh, okay, they've got a bit of stuff there. You know what? Actually controllable. And I think that's mostly to do with the fact that this is a really long vehicle. And I think that's helping with the oversteer. So even if you do oversteer, it's fine. Your car is still doing well. The first person thing is something that somebody has to mod in very specifically and is not a straightforward thing. You do have to do a bit of work. Alright, this thing is actually unstable at high speeds. Not just oversteering, but actually legitimately dangerous. Oh my god. Tatra 603 was an electric car, but it also had swing axle rear suspension. They've just gone for double wishbone. Also, they had to fight to the government to produce it. The USSR wanted Russia to only produce high-end cars. This is a high-end car, is it not? What? Are you saying that this is like the USSR said that Russia should only do it? There isn't a story of the Tatra 87, the previous car, killing so many German officers that the army banned officers driving it. Oh, really? I don't think I've heard the word apocryphal in a very long time. And I don't think I knew what it meant then either. Oh dear. Oh dear. That suspension is horrific. I don't think they called it the Tatra either. What do we got here for the name? The Sovboda 2130. God damn it. BeamNG, for frick's sake. Why do I have to hit exit twice every single time? You've had updates. Make your UI less cumbersome, please. Or like more than twice. Sometimes I have to hit it like 3 or 4 times to get out of something. Like if I'm working on apps. It's so irritating. Do what a Grand Theft Auto does. Use backspace for going back one, and escape usually will sometimes take you even further. Or have more of an effect? I can't really remember. It's been a while. Tatra is Czechoslovakian. USSR wanted to stop Tatra from producing the cars. They were supposed to only build trucks. Ah, okay then. So just pure dictatorship then. Apocryphal. A doubtful authority. Okay then. Sov Doba means freedom. Oh, okay then. I don't think I have ever made a good handling car. Canola skies? Oh, that's unfortunate. Watch my video. It's still quite accurate on Filmman 86 suspensions all over your face or something like that. I can't really remember what the name of it is. I think that's right, but I could also be wrong. Oh dear. Did this car have much of a race history? Because at the moment, it doesn't really feel as if this would be particularly good at racing. Or was that just that one video from oh my god, that front lift is amazing. It lifts the front wheel. That sway bar on the front is insane. And the rest of the suspension is really soft. They have done so much work here to stop this thing from oversteering. It's just, oh, bonkers. Unfortunately, automation has limitations on suspension tuning. You can only, change the suspension stiffness, rebound, dampeners, camber, and sway bars. You can't do things like toe angle, caster, a whole bunch of slew of different things. My best handling car is a Yugo knockoff. I'll send it to Phil in the future. That's up to you. Put it in the Reddit. If you can't make good handling cars, just make bad ones. Currently, trying 50s Cadillac. Wish we could change caster and toe and automation. You can kind of change it in BeamNG now. Except for the fact that it's kind of locked in place. And they, if you've got anything other than like a fully independent suspension, so like double wishbone push rod, I think that's it. I don't even think you have that option in McPherson, but I could be wrong there. You can't have separate rebound and damp. Yeah, you can't do that either. Which, honestly, I don't know really much about it all. I've heard a little bit, but it doesn't sound right. Which I heard it from Erms, and it just doesn't seem right, what he was saying, so I don't know. Take a look at the Tatra 603 B5. That's the racing version. Okay, good enough. Did it do well? Does size matter? Donkey Killer 69, welcome to the stream. Interesting name. Does size matter in regards to what? Handling? Yes. A longer car will be more stable, but it'll also be less inclined to turn around corners. So, shorter wheelbases do help. Engine position also helps. Repeating, it won something $route 84 hours. Oh, wow. 84 hours? My goodness. What's that? Wait, that's not 4 days. 24, 48, 72. Yeah, that's like 3 and a bit days. What the hell? Why is that? Well, please look at the car. It's really interesting exhaust design. Oh, okay. Let's go have a look. I think I've driven enough of this car anyway. Quickly refresh that. And you said the Tatra 603 B5. Is it a Boxer 5 engine? Yeah, okay, that's the one that I saw, what's his name do a video with, I think. You said the what? That looks like it's real. That looks like a joke. Is that actually what they came out with? I feel as if this was a meme build and not the original. It could all just be the one car, because there's also ones that don't have that. Or maybe it was just a single build sort of person did it? I don't know. 3.5 days, something like that. It's air-cooled 2.4 liter V8. Yeah, I know. Anyway, that is a very peculiar exhaust. That is extremely peculiar. What were they doing? What the hell? What am I even looking at? Is that a muffler? Those exhausts actually worked very specific way. Something with flow? Oh, okay, were they using like a Venturi to, or something like that to flow the air around or something? Looks like someone stuck some funnels as exhaust and call it a day. Potentially, yeah. Alright. I'll give it that. Fair enough. That is weird and wacky. Do we give it a full score, or do we give it a simplified full score? You know what, let's give it a full fill score, even though it's going to score abysmally. Styling, 3. Acceleration, 2. Handling, 4. Fun factor, 7. Cool factor, 6. It's old, so... trackability, 5. 4. Very drifty. Features. It had a radio, right? You want to listen to communist radio? And that looks like it might have some sort of AC. So... or like cooling fans at least. 3? I don't know. Comfort. Very wallowy. Also, you're not going to be that comfortable because you're going to be like in a dangerously oversteery car. So you're always going to be puckered. So you're going to be tired at the end of every drive if you're driving anything exuberantly. It's a bench seat, not very buckety, all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to give it a comfort score of 4. This is going to be abysmal. Quality. I mean, if it's meant to be from the block, not going to be great. but it will last a really long time. You can fix it with shoestring, and duct tape would be if you're like really rich. So we'll give it like a 4. You can keep it going, but you're going to need to keep it going. Practicality? I mean, it does seat 6, and there's probably not much of a boot, if any. It might have a frunk, but you're also going to be fitting the tire in there, so that's not going to be great. And the parking is going to be abysmal. So we're going to give it like 5. It's right in the middle of practicality. Value. I don't know. Really hard to tell, so we'll give that a 5. Ongoing costs. Probably really bad on fuel. Probably starting to get hard to maintain such an old classic car. So we'll give it like a 3 most likely. JBM editing, I don't believe there wasn't any. Would I buy it? No. The je ne sais quoi factor? 6. There's something special about it that I don't feel has been represented. Maybe a 7. I've been harsh in all the other scores. Realism and commonality, it actually existed, but it was very uncommon, so we're going to go an 8 on that. Because rear engine, anything not flat, incredibly rare. So I'm not going to give it like a complete. But I don't want everyone then creating like a rear engine V8 in every single car and go, well, Tatra did it. I know this is meant to be a copy of it. So maybe we'll give it to them. We'll give them a 9 at least. Still very uncommon sort of car. Fun fact, IRL middle headlight was connected to the steering and turned with the wheels. Oh. You know what? That's barely... I suppose they really did have horrible lights back then, so maybe that would have actually helped. You know what? But by today's standards, you can get much better lights, so yeah, we'll send that back. With the replacement lights, would have been much better now. Come on, comrade, let's listen to the greatest hits of whatever that is. It was Czechoslovakian. They probably built it while sober, unlike the Soviet-controlled territories. Yes, but they would have been heavily budget constricted. Anyway, that's this car. It's also like 1950s, where a lot of stuff is, less. And a score of 66, it's not great, I'm gonna be honest, but it's probably not the greatest car in the world. Fun car, sure, but that's it. Alright, we got this one now. Let's take this, because we don't know much about it, to the automation test track to give it a full rundown to see all of its handling characteristics. This was an unlabeled car. Or unpictured car in the thing. Here we go. Still not entirely done, as I plan on adding working gauges, shifter paddles, and fixing the interior. Maybe, okay, the car makes 197 horsepower from a 1.6-liter 4-cylinder paired with a 6-speed manual front-wheel drive. And a limited slip differential was made to be a sporty hatch, while pure atmospheric pressure. Limited slip differential was made to be. There's a bit of code underneath the car. DM me on Discord if you figure it out. I figured it out. To give you a present or something, probably just to congratulate you with deciphering it. Huh? Apparently they've left something on the car for me to look at, and it's on the underside. Almost the nicest car score? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Chassis code. Don't know what any of that means. If that's meant to be something... It doesn't look like leet speak, so I don't think that's it. Yeah, nah. I give up. Alright. BeamNG, please be better. Oh, understeer, understeer. Oh, no. Oh, dear, the brakes on the rear feel very underpowered. Okay, we're starting to understeer already, and then oversteer. Weird. Maybe if you had stiffer suspension and it wasn't so wallowy, you might have a better chance of creating a sports car if you've put an LSD in. Putting an LSD in a car is usually like 3rd on the list of things that car developers will do. This thing sucks. So, first things first, Yeah, your front brakes are under so much more brake force, braking force than the rear. The suspension is way too soft, and that's causing us to get like understeer under acceleration. Sway bars as well, all that sort of stuff. Not necessarily more camber, that seems fine, because when you're not on the power, the thing seems fine. But I think stiffer suspension and sway bars would help. We're maxed out on speed, so you didn't set the speed right. See, that seems fine there. Where there's no power on, it's good. Let's start braking at about the 200 meter board, because we're not going very fast. Brakes are powerful, good. But then again, we weren't going extremely fast. Thing is prone to oversteer. And then understeer under power. So, it's oversteer on the way in, understeer on the way out. Not usually the order in which you'll want to have that happen. Brakes aren't that great. Alright, let's quickly go in and have a look at the brakes. 2-piston solid disc. And on the rear, 1 piston. So, oh, that's right, and really small. So what do we got in the fronts? Really quite sizable discs. I've gone over this a bunch of times. Watch my video on brake tuning. Make the suspension stiffer, and I think this car is fairly good, because it seems to be light, nimble at the turning in and all that sort of stuff. It's just, unfortunately, your suspension is letting you down under power, and yeah, I think just better suspension would help. What have we got in the rear here as well? We've got double wishbone on the rear of a hatchback. That's not great. So, double wishbone takes up a lot of room compared to other suspensions that you might find in a car like this, like semi-trailing arm or torsion beam suspension. So, it's not very good as a hatchback, and with the soft suspension and bad brakes, it's just a problem. Welcome, Crownless. How's it going? I'm going to have to give this car a simplified fill score because it is completely unrefined. Please finish it off, take into consideration everything I've said about it now and previously, and resubmit it. Currently, it gets like a 4. Yeah. So, I appreciate that you sent it to me. I've given you a lot of feedback. Hopefully that helps to help you grow. Next one, the Volkswagen whatever. Do you know what a car has the highest score have you ever given? Oh, you mean simplified or real? I think the highest score I've given is like a 9.8 or something. And then the highest full fill score, which is like a whole complicated thing, I think was 112 maybe? I'm not sure. Your vehicle, huh? Your truck. Why am I seeing like a weird line down the car? Like, you're seeing that, right? There's like a weird line that goes right here. What is that? And then it, like, once you cross over, it goes on the other side now. That is weird. BeamNG doing weird things. Somehow the 110's for the Luna. Okay. Somewhere in the 110's for the Luna. Okay. This is quite slow, but pretty cool. Do you want a full fill score, or do you want a simplified fill score, considering that this thing is not going to do really good at all on the weekend score? Woo! Woo! Nah, alright. Not a drift beast, but I am enjoying it. You know what? I feel like I should take it to a different map. Let's go. Where's an industrial area? I could go West Coast. They do have an industrial area. But maybe let's go East Coast and, like, do maybe a sawmill run or something. Full one, lol? Really? It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a bad score. The simplified fill score is gonna give you a much higher score. Oh, do a load test on it? Alright, I'll do that in a bit. Nürburgring with a truck pog? No! Welcome, noob enthusiast. That's a big fat no for me. That would take way too long and I'm getting tired. You want me to do a load. Let's just do a simplified one. The metal box is easiest to move. How's the collision mesh on this? Hey, you're back. Learn something new. Time to ensure the future hatchbacks I make have not a double wishbone back setup. I think I know what you're trying to say there. Maybe I'm getting confused or you've just written it badly, but yeah. A double wishbone on much older cars, maybe, but really it started to phase out for like room encouraging suspension. Welcome back, Pro Gamer. This is something out of SnowRunner. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, I see that you're back. The collision is okay near the cab, but bad in the rear. Control T. Oh, okay. Did you get lucky or did you do that yourself? I feel the way that's a little bit jank. Maybe you just got lucky. There is a video I have on how to do node editing, if that's something that you are interested in doing to make this like actually a proper thing. Damn it. There we go. Alright, Control W. You want something heavy? How many tons do we go? Let's start at like 3 tons. There we go. Oh, that suspension dropped. Oh, wrong vehicle. There we go. That really short gear ratio is helping us out. Did you JBM in some truck engine sounds? You got lucky? Okay then. Can someone help me with body molding? What do you mean with body molding? If you want to do body molding, go to... This is actually pretty good on the dirt. Go to either the first selection in the last group of stuff, which is the trim section, or go into the paint section, and there's a button on the bottom right side of the screen. Oh, brakes suck. Go into the bottom right side of the screen, there's a little like a thing there, a button that you press, and that allows you to do body molding. You didn't make sounds for it? I thought so. It's just, unfortunately, somehow quiet, but I think something weird's happening. Now, this thing can take some weight. It quite can, yeah. I think this is maybe a little bit child's play for this vehicle, except for the fact that the brakes suck. I feel that this thing would come with real drum brakes, so let's do a comparison. Holden Spark brakes. Yeah. So this is a Holden Spark brake. This thing is literally that big. This looks much bigger, but it's actually really small. Do we have a size comparison of something? And you can see there that the brakes are the brake pads are really small. So that's what automation thinks drum brakes are. But realistically, truck brakes have big, massive brake shoes with lots of area on it. So truck brakes with drum brakes are very, very powerful. There we go. There's a cutaway. You can just see the massive amount of meat there. Now, the problem is this generates a lot of heat. That's the problem with trucks. And they use low gearing for going down hills and stuff where you have to do prolonged braking. If you're going to do something like this, and you want to have drum brakes, you can edit it visually if you want. But with drum brakes, add a lot more brake force to the code. Not that hard to do. You're still going to be limited by the traction of your tires, which you're probably not going to be able to reach with a heavy load anyway. Yeah. Yeah, no double wishbones at the back of the 1990s and 2000s hatchbacks means that I'll have to be creative for S2 and 3 and many other hatchbacks I make in the future. In real life, it's supposed to carry 13 tons, but it's not able to make suspension hard as I wanted, so max you can carry is about 5 to 6 tons. Caster would be nice to make strange vehicles drive straight. I'm confused what you mean. Also, I don't really know how Custer actually works in cars, so I've not really touched that either myself. Also, would it have airbags? Airbag suspension in this year? No. Most likely not. Let's go into the other vehicle. Control W. You reckon it'll go up to 5 tons? I question you. I mean, it still accelerates almost exactly the same. Am I wrong? I think it's still got the same... No, it is struggling. But it's not clutch riding or anything. Now, if I let off the accelerator a little bit, it's not losing a lot of speed. So this thing is a bit of a torque beast. Does it have an accurate amount of power? Air brakes. Ah, okay. Air brakes, not airbag suspension. Okay. Really? What's the best suspension for having a light car? Whatever's best for the car. Basically. If you're going cheap, McPherson strut and a dead axle. Like, that's it. Which is a solid axle with, like, no usage. Oh, this thing is struggling. We're almost not on an incline here. I think we're scraping. Or let's go full accelerator before we go downhill. Oh. I can hear a lot of scraping, but I don't think there's actually anything physically slowing the vehicle down. As you can see, it's creeping to a stop. Most of the slowness there, I think, is just a lack of power. So let's send this back to 5 tons, as you said. Damn it! I derped. Whoops! I may have accidentally squished your vehicle. I forgot that this block weighed 5 tons. So we'll apply that. Move you up here. F7 you. Then we'll go in and make it 5 tons. That'll do. Okay. Yeah, it's scraping. I need to fix that. Fair enough. As you wish. Yeah, if you want help, you could probably ask Groundhog on how to make stiffer suspension. It's not that hard. It's fairly simple stuff. Oh god, Phil, what did you do to that truck? I may have bananaed it a bit. Ooh, handbrake is not doing much of a handbrakey turn. Moving around a little bit. We do have a lot more acceleration. Let's go like a reasonable acceleration of like 50%. Ooh. Nah, you're gonna have to go a lot more acceleration to get stuff out of this. Is it an accurate torque graph? I can't remember. Oh, Cascade Freak, you gotta go? Sorry, I've only just seen that. Oh god, Phil, what did you do? What does VVL change for your engine? That's variable valve lift. On every single option that you have, at the top there's a little question mark in a circle. Mouse over that or click on it or whatever, and that will give you a rundown of certain things. Variable valve lift is pretty high tech. Most vehicles are not going to have that. The overwhelming majority. This music is weird. Yeah, I just wanted something. Yeah, gear ratios and power is correct. Okay, cool. I do like how this thing has an incredibly short gear ratio. How many gears does the vehicle have by default? Let's try driving this now without the weight in the back. I want to see what your top speeds are and what your cruising RPMs are. And do you want a full fill score or a simplified fill score? Since the full fill score is going to be very unflattering. It's probably the word I'm going to use. Actually, yeah, I think unflattering is a good term to use for a car which I can tell is going to be abysmal. I think you already actually responded to that, didn't you? I can't remember. 5 in real life and in Beam? Really? It's only got 5 speed? This thing won't even do 100 kilometers an hour? And max is at about 87? Ugh, that's pretty weak sauce, bro. Full fill, please? Okay then, fair enough. Yeah, I feel that this is, meant for moving heavy stuff not very far. Is that correct? Because if you're having to get this truck to its work location, you wouldn't travel at max RPM the entire way. You'd probably go somewhere around like 2,000 RPM cruising speed, which is like 60 kilometers an hour or less even. That's not good news. Yeah, welcome to Brazil trucking. Really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. It feels like it's got enough power to have more gear ratios. I don't know why this isn't like a proper truck gear ratio with like high and low range selectors. Do these not come with high-low range? Speed limit in Brazil at the time was 70 kilometers an hour. Oh, okay then. You'd still be like revving the tits off this thing. But yeah, that's really slow. Interesting. Huh. At least you won't get a ticket for speeding. Most likely. High and low was optional. Would have liked to have had it in there. It's actually not really that hard to implement either. I might do a video on that at some point, who knows. In the meantime, once again, Groundhog might be able to help you if you're willing to ask. But yeah, you've put in a lot of effort into this car. I do give you full kudos on that. What fixture is this? Ah, okay, I didn't know that came in a square type fixture. But yeah, making everything out of 3 fixtures because you weren't happy with the bodies that were available to you, and then even like a little detail like this, the little plaque there. You've done a lot of work. I also noticed that you've got a drop pin connector for a trailer to connect to the front. That's unusual. Huh. I did add high and low range for an older truck I made. Okay, cool. I also... Do you see super single tires where you're from? Because I don't think I've ever seen a super single in my life. Maybe I'm not paying attention, but I don't think I ever have. It's a tow connection for it to get towed. Thought it might have been, but you're also saying, hey, my vehicle is shit. For parking 2 extra trailers? Really? At least with tractors, don't know about trucks. I'm guessing it's a little bit different for trucks. Once? Then maybe super thicks were not really the right choice there. Have you, let's see how much effort you've done, got the suspension to articulate? No, you haven't. Oh, that's unfortunate. I haven't done a video on that, so I don't expect you to, which just would have been cool. Alright, well, let's go with our stream score. Styling. It's a truck. Most people aren't going to look at this and go, wow! Kids aren't going to look at it and go, wow! Unless, like, you're saying, hey, do you want to go for a drive in a truck? Then they'll go, wow! But, like, it's not really... Yeah. I loves you. You've awoken. Welcome to the stream. You've arrived for the last car. Yeah, would have had Julie's? Yeah, I would have rather seen that. I do have a video on that as well. So, FYI, in September 1923, a haunch truck fully fitted with Knorr compressed air brakes on the tractor and trailer units is unveiled for the first time and at the Berlin Sport Palast. Okay. Interesting. And welcome Kyle Hammer, if I haven't said hello to you yet. Styling. I don't know. Even for a truck, it's okay. So we'll give it a 3 maybe? I don't know. Nothing special. I suppose that's more of a cool factor. We'll give it a 4. You know what? It's actually not ugly. We'll give it a 5. This is the call factor will be low, I should say. Acceleration. No. Handling. It doesn't oversteer or understeer. So 2 points. I don't know. Fun factor. No. Cool factor. Okay, 1. It's a truck. You'll get a really young kid excited to go for a ride in one, maybe? I don't know. Trackability. No. Features. What do we got for features? We got a windshield wiper on one side and the other side, so that's 2. We have AC controls and a cigarette lighter, but no radio or anything. So... 1. Comfort. It's a truck, so no, unless you're really heavy. So we'll give that like a 3. Quality... 1, 2... I mean, sorry, hold on. Actually, what are the seats like? Those are not comfy seats. Also, what year is this? Here we go. 1981. Okay. Comfort. Yeah, I feel that's appropriate for a truck. Unless you're loaded up, but then again, that's a different metric. Even still, trucks aren't that comfortable. And those aren't comfy looking seats. They just look very budget orientated. Not the most budget orientated, but still budget orientated. Quality. It's a truck. It's a Volkswagen, so it's not that high, but it's also not bad. This is 80s Volkswagen, so it's probably a little bit higher. So we'll give quality like a 6. It's getting really old by today's standards, so it'll be needing lots of more upkeep and maintenance. I tried my best to make the strongest inline 5 engine I can. Sure. Inline 5s can be fast. It's just generally manufacturers won't use an inline 5 because it's a little bit of like an unusual thing. I don't know. And being inline, yeah, your center of gravity is a little bit higher. It's also a parts bin special. Third-party engine, Dodge chassis and suspension, third-party transmission, and on top of it all, it's a Volkswagen LT cab. Oh, interesting. That's really weird. It has a heater? That's it? Yeah, I'd assume as much. Acceleration? No. At least it's not a 50 horsepower Volkswagen Caddy XL. I don't know what that is. Back, I have food. Okay, I want food now. Thanks for doing that to me. Why have you done this? Now I want to eat something, but I'm still going in my stream. But I'm towards the end of my stream, so I feel rushed to finish the stream so I can go get something to eat. It's all your fault if this feels rushed now. You've done this. You've brought this upon yourself. Anyway, back to the stream. Practicality. I mean, you can carry a lot, but parking is going to be a pain. You've got 3 seats, so... 3? That's about it. It's practical for one particular thing, and that's towing heavy loads and heavy loads only. Value. I'm assuming it's quite cheap. $40,000? Yeah, that's fairly cheap. And it probably stayed cheap because it's a truck. Oh no, trucks do hold their value quite a bit. But by now they're probably still quite cheap. But what you're getting is an old truck. So value's not going to be great. We'll give that a 3. Ongoing costs. What was it? Like a diesel 6 from where? Third-party engine. Well, I don't know then. Here in Australia, because that's what the only thing I have to compare it to. If it was built here in Australia, it wouldn't be great. Especially with that really low gear ratios, we'll give it a 3 out of 10. That thing is probably going to burn fuel hard. I haven't eaten recently and have not been hungry. I'm always hungry. I'm generally always, but if somebody brings it up, it brings it to the forefront of my mind. Do you work with automation? No. No, I don't. Programmer? No, I don't. I've spoken to them sometimes. They've offered to work with me on making an exporter update, But I'm going to be doing something with an exporter update soon, and I'll see if they're going to hold up on their end of the bargain to help me out with that. JBeam editing? No, I don't think. Did you do any JBeam editing? I don't think you did. No, I don't think so. No. Would I buy it? No. Je ne sais quoi? 10. Realism, commonality? I don't know. Seems quite realistic and common, except for the really short gear ratios. But then again, you said that there was a high-low selection, so that'll be fine. So, as I said, unfortunately, an unflattering score. I love it, though. But since you didn't want the simple fill score, that's your fault. I did add sounds. Oh, you did add sounds. Okay. Oh, that's right. But that's really simple. So we'll give that a 1. Unless you made, like, custom. Did you make custom sounds, or did you do that thing where you rip the sounds from that one file I made? Engine sounds. Did you take it from here? Like one of these. Yeah. I'm doing some kind of an old Lamborghini. Ah, I did something like that as well. I was inspired to do something like a Miura from a video. I'm probably not going to make a video on it, but still, I enjoyed it a lot. Now you have a truck to load with your forklift. If only I could drop the side down on it. Oh, and it's running on actual diesel. Oh, sweet, okay. Hey, Swagbucks, welcome back. Well, if you're doing that, we'll give it a 2, I suppose? Yeah, you did? You did grab it from there? Okay. I strongly suggest anybody that wants to get into modding, but is daunted to start, watch my video on doing simple audio sounds. This makes audio sounds so easy. Mwah. 47 for truck is pretty good, if you say so. But it's 48 now. So yeah, that is your fill score. That is the end of the stream. How did everybody enjoy the stream today? You all have fun? All doing well? All energized for the day or ready to wind down for the night? Considering for me it is 3:20 in the morning and I'm going to be getting food and going to sleep soon. It's okay for what it is? We made it to the end? Yes, we have made it to the end. I just take the automation sounds cause I don't know coding, I'm too lazy to do it. Fair enough. But if you ever want to get into coding, that is probably the simplest thing to do and the most instantly gratifying to do. Stream was great as usual. Thank you, FlameZ. Donkey Killer, no. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. It is the end of the stream. We have been going for 5 hours and 22 minutes. Stream made your day better. Ah, thank you, Canola Skies. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Love the glitches on that screen. I mean, that's what I selected. I was looking for, like, cool images, and I saw this one was fantastic, and I thought, you know what? Let's make it worse. So I exposed it, saturated it out more and everything. It was fun. Now I'm off to go drive your Volkswagen Go. Goal? Oh, Volkswagen Goal. Yeah, you submitted that a while ago, didn't you? Nice. Very nice. One truck I've seen. Very nice. One truck I've seen. Okay. Bye, Phil. Have a great day. Thank you, Swagbucks. When the next stream? It'll at least be in 3 days, but probably tomorrow. And I think tomorrow is going to be a new video on how I do 3D modeling. Making the vehicle entirely, setting it to BeamNG, and then how I do the modding process there as well. Hopefully we have somebody like Crownless maybe in there doing time codes? Who knows? Maybe. Good night. Basically 8 PM for you? Okay. I'm in Poland, and it's the same. I'm guessing you're both from that sort of time area then. Maybe even the same country. Who knows? But that will be the stream. So, let's start saying goodbye to everybody. What is the meaning of life? So you don't go. 42. Space Warrior, welcome. Oh, sorry. Catch you later. Pro Gamer, catch you later. Donkey Killer, 69. Yes, that is correct. Catch you next time. Yokum Kylehammer, catch you next time. Swagbucks, thank you for joining us. iLols you, thank you for joining even if you only just woke up. That is pretty cool of you. No. Yikes. Thank you for joining us for such a long time. Groundhog, thank you once again for joining us. Silver Moonfang, thank you for joining us. Canola Skies, thank you for being a regular viewer again. Flame Z, thank you, bro. Being a channel member as well, thank you for that as well. That's now just the same people repeating over and over again. Space Warrior, I think I already said that to you. Did I not? I don't know. Yeah, we're just getting a lot of the same people over and over again. Game Boy, and Cascade Freak, thank you for hanging around for the longest time, even if you had to go. That's all good. And Epic Demand, I must have missed you, bro. Thank you for joining us. Haven't seen you around in a while. Can't wait for the next stream or video. I'm taking a break from editing at the moment, so streams for the next week only. I just needed a break from editing. Editing was starting to burn me out a little bit too much. I missed Space Warrior's message. I just started to read it and it got deleted. But yeah, that is it, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Has the music stopped? Oh, no, there we go. Music is back. The most important thing about submitting cars is